It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
The morning has started a little bit chillier than we're used to.
Oh, yeah.
But it's okay. Well, it's not that much chillier.
Well, it's 40s.
44 right now. Going to get up into the high 50s, or excuse me, low 50s. That's as high as we're going to go. And it's going to stay that way for the next couple of days. But the warm weather isn't over.
No.
So Halloween is on Wednesday?
Thursday.
I think Thursday.
And you're getting a nice one.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
a week
68.
from today.
Right now, there's a 35% chance of rain. That would be the ultimate kick of the scrote, right?
Poor kids.
You get
Warm
70-degree weather and it rains.
Looking forward to, not having to wear 10 layers over your costume.
Yep. Now, here's the thing.
What's that?
A lot of time, and I've been told by certain people,
What do they say?
you can't trust
do it.
a 7-day forecast,
All right.
right? It's not
Can't
just
trust it?
not going to work. All right. So the World Series starts tomorrow night
Yeah.
in Los Angeles, Yankees, Dodgers. It's like Major League Baseball's damp dream.
Oh.
Everything you could want, right? 2 prestige franchises, the best player in the game in Shohei Ohtani, maybe the second best player in the game in Aaron Judge,
Got
right?
your headline guys out there.
Coast to coast.
Yeah.
You're gonna,
yeah.
The way that the other series ended, you're going to avoid Thursday night football. You're going to avoid Sunday NFL football. So Friday night is your night. You are good to go. And Major League Baseball is doing everything they can to try and capitalize
So
on
what are
it.
they doing?
Well, there's money to be made everywhere, man.
So what are they cashing in?
Well, let me put it this way.
What's that?
If you're a baseball fan, and really you do this with every sport, right? When you turn on a big game, you can't help but drift away and imagine what it would be like to be in that moment,
Oh.
to have that uniform on. Like, think about being a Yankee tomorrow night. Pinstripes, well, they'll be in their grays, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The ultimate dream.
You're walking out of the dugout, you're standing in front of 20, 30,000 people, 40,000 people, and you're about to hear your name called and go play a kid's game for a living. What if I told you you could do that right now?
How? How you going to do that?
The Yankees are pushing their New York Yankees fantasy camp.
Oh.
Have you heard about this?
On Seinfeld.
Located in Tampa, Florida, the New York Yankees fantasy programs have a rich tradition of turning dreams into reality. Considered the premier fantasy baseball experience in the country. You'll have former Yankee players and first-class baseball facilities.
And this is for adults.
Yes, so
Yep.
you're a grown-ass person. Here's how it works. You sign up.
Yep.
They fly you to Tampa. You work out at their spring training facility. They have former Yankees players. They give you the pinstripe jersey, whole bunch of stuff. You have access to professional trainers. They feed you certified umpires, your own clubhouse locker. You play games Tuesday through Friday.
You're playing actual games.
You're playing in
too.
actual games against
With
other
Yankees on the field.
Okay, so the Tuesday through Friday, most of the games are against other campers.
Right.
Okay.
You then have a dream game where you play against former Yankees. You get a baseball autograph by all players in attendance. You get camp apparel. They put you up. There's transportation.
Man, what is the whack on this?
So that's the funniest part.
It's got to be insane.
So that's the funniest
Let me
part.
take a shot.
Go ahead.
10G.
I don't have an answer because I've actually been getting – I saw the
So
story.
they don't post the price?
I've been looking for days.
So it's got to be insane if they're not even saying.
So it says you can – Kimmy, could you give me –
I mean, I know they do those fantasy camps for other teams and other sports, but I would think like Yankees has got to be like top tier.
And this is a long camp. Like some of these
It's a
things
week
are like
long.
one
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that did the Richard Petty, you get to drive on Daytona thing where you meet him and stuff. You get to go in the car. It was only one day. And they didn't provide anything else. You had to get to the track by yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm trying to. It says $2,600, but there's no way it's that cheap.
That's probably the
Well-
fee to just do.
no, it might
I mean,
be.
hotel, flights, transportation, food,
No, but even just being there
strip clubs,
Okay,
prostitution.
in 2015. In 2015, there's someone who did it here. I'm reading an interview. Said the camp ran about $5,000 in 2015. So that was 7 years ago.
Right, and everything's gone
But
up.
it
9
says
years ago.
no. But it says the camps can run to about $5,000. So it sounds like there's like a base price, and then you tack on more and more for all the add-ons you want throughout
but with
the
the
week.
base, you got to do the laundry.
Would you?
Because and then there's also like a women's camp too.
So they have men's camp. They
Yeah.
have women's
That
camp.
sounds like, hey, let's set ourselves up for a lawsuit.
I think that's why you have to do the women's camp separately so you
Yeah.
don't have a lawsuit because you get some, 60-year-old rich lawyer
know it,
from
yeah.
Long Island. Hey, baby, how'd you like to be third in my batting order?
I need a scratch over here, baby.
They also have family fantasy camp where you and your kids can go.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
I thought
that's
you
what
could just
you
drop your
should
family off
do.
and you go to the strip club.
Well, no, I'm not taking my kid to Yankees fantasy
Well, no,
camp.
but I'm saying like if you want this experience, and let's say like you're a father of like a kid, like a 13-year-old boy, you're gonna go do this by yourself
Yes.
without taking your kid.
Hey, look, kid. Look. You still kind of may have a chance to you still have a chance to have glory. You'll play middle school, high school
right.
baseball. There'll be some league you can play in. Like you get to experience this.
Kid ain't gonna appreciate it.
Yeah, as a grown ass man, my days are done. This sadness is all I have left.
No kid appreciates a vacation. They don't get it.
Okay, but no, this isn't a vacation. You're going to
yeah,
play ball,
you're going
son.
to
This is serious.
You're a ball player. son. Look, if I'm spending that kind of money, I'm taking those games serious.
Yeah.
I'm
sure.
not going out there and embarrassing myself. I don't want Don
No, you already
Mattingly.
have just by going out there.
Okay, so let's talk about that. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it embarrassing to go to one of these things?
Kind of.
Why?
Because you have to tell people you're going to camp.
I think every man that's going would brag about it.
But like you're just
but you're
paying them.
yeah, I don't know.
It's not like you're friends with these guys. It's not like
Till I get there and they see how cool I am.
Like, don't you think that they look at you as a huge nerd? Like,
they don't want to
you-
do this.
Yeah.
They're just doing it for the money, pure and simple.
Sure, yeah.
Because you're not a kid. Like, I can understand, like, these players, like, wanting to do this because it's about around a bunch of kids and they know that these kids are living a dream. But you're an adult. Like, I don't think those players, they don't want to be your buddy.
So there's
I
something.
don't even really want to, I wouldn't even know, really, as a player, how I'm supposed to treat you.
And
Because
what
I don't want to
players are you
treat you like
getting?
a kid.
So that's a good question.
Because I don't. You throw out a name that I'm guessing may not be there.
Don Mattingly?
You're right. He may not be there.
By the way, just a quick sidebar. Don Mattingly, the most heartbreaking baseball career maybe ever. The Yankees won a World Series the year before he got there.
Right.
He played, 16,
Oh God,
17
yeah,
years?
he was the man.
And then they won a World Series the year after he retired.
Oops.
Then didn't he manage the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he never won a World Series with him.
I don't
think so.
I've exhausted all of my Don Mattingly
Yeah.
knowledge. No, look, when you say like they're there for the money, yeah, of course they're there for the money.
Right. So I'm not impressed.
But here's the thing: when you say they don't want to be there, I may disagree with you, and here's why.
All right.
We've been fortunate enough with this job to, rub elbows and shoulders with professional athletes, both current and retired. And if there's one thing we've noticed, athletes don't appreciate the love that they get. Some of them, while they're playing.
Right.
Right? Because everything is just given to them. They get the love and the adoration and they take it for granted. It's after they retire where all of a sudden the lights go out and nobody cares as much anymore, where they start looking for that love
So
and
they're more
affection.
needy.
Yes, exactly. And I think the perfect example of that is Andre Reed.
All right. So meet a lot of needy Yankees.
Yeah, needy Yankees.
All right.
That sounds
Clingy, needy Yankees.
sounds like a dad folk group. Ladies and gentlemen, the needy Yankees. There's a banjo in there somewhere.
So you say Andre's kind of turned into
Oh,
that
he's
guy?
absolutely that guy. Andre Reed was a guy who couldn't be bothered with anything when it came to fans, and now he's like, hey, guys,
Wait
check
a
me
second.
out. Ooh, hey, I'm
Right.
over here now. I'm over here now. Unless he's broke. I don't know. 252 WCMF with the World Series starting on Friday night. Yankees-Dodgers. There's been a huge push for extra stuff you can spend money on, as if the $1,500 average seat per ticket in L.A. and New York isn't enough. Average. The average price of a ticket is $1,500.
I can't imagine what it would cost to park at Dodger Stadium
Mm-hmm.
and eat and drink, and the total whack on that night. It would have to be almost $2,000.
It would be over $2,000.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
What do you think they charge you to park there? $100?
Well, probably more than that. Like they were
$150?
they were getting $100. Well, maybe not. I don't know, because they were getting $100 per parking spot, like a mile away during the Super Bowl. But this is the World Series. I don't know. I don't know, because it's fewer cars than a football stadium.
Yeah.
So you
It's
can
a
charge
shame
more.
nobody has any money and the economy sucks and everything's falling apart.
Don't even look at the tickets for the Ryder Cup downstate.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
And that's golf.
I mean,
At least you get a couple days out of it, I guess.
Yeah.
no, that's per day.
Oh, wait, per
That's
day?
a per
Oh, there's not like a
day.
package?
There is a package. I don't know what that
yeah.
costs. But going back to the whole fantasy camp that we
Yeah.
were talking about, because the Yankees aren't the only one that do this. You brought up the racing one. There are lots of NHL teams that do this. In fact,
For adults.
yes,
Yeah.
the most popular one in our area, the 1980 men's U.S. Olympic hockey team, the Miracle team
Yeah.
that beat the Soviets, right? They do an annual fantasy camp at Lake Placid.
Aren't a lot of those guys dead?
Some of them are. Most of them are not.
Okay,
I don't know, because hockey players don't normally go long, so good for them.
true.
You have two teams that get broken out. You both wear the Team USA jerseys they wore in the actual game. You have a couple of days you're up there, and you're paired up with some guys that will still play with you and a couple of guys that were on the team that will coach you.
And you're on the actual rink that they wanted on.
It happens on the ice that the game happened. It is very cool. And not to mention, Lake Placid is just a beautiful place. Anyway, right? So I have a friend of mine who went to this fantasy camp.
Damn. What happened?
He said it was the greatest experience of his life, so much so that he is going again.
He's going to do it twice?
He's going to do it. Like, he had so much fun, and he loved it so much.
Damn.
He's going back.
Worth the money, then.
And I would have to imagine once you have an experience like that, if you are someone who played sports as a kid, if you are someone that loves this sport, you can't replicate that high. The only thing you can do is either continue to go back or start doing heroin.
Okay.
And I think the healthier thing to do is to continue to go back.
I was going to go heroin, but options.
Yeah, but couldn't you just like join a competitive league or something? It's
not the same, right?
But you're playing against the same people, the same type of person, right?
So here's what. Let me try and explain this. Because Kimmy, you played sports in high school, but as soon as you were done, you stopped being competitive. You did not care.
No.
Some of us have a fire that burns inside.
Yeah, she left it there.
And like
some of us have a fire burning inside.
We have fire burning inside.
To play with aging hockey stars.
Like what? Like even if you win, like I don't understand the satisfaction you're getting.
I'm playing with a 70-year-old Mike Aruzzione.
I'm more of a Mike Ramsey guy. Look,
that guy might be 80.
What I'm getting at is this.
What?
So, like, the competition is one thing, but, like, if you play beer league, whatever, like, the competition sucks, and you don't want to be the dick that, like, takes it over the top, right? But the other part of missing playing sports is the pageantry of all of it, right? Like the team uniform that you get handed and the preparing before the game and like the giant field or arena that you were playing in, right? Okay. Like, if I go play beer league hockey, I go to the Tim Hortons Iceplex, nobody's watching, which of course you're not, and it's 10:30 on a Tuesday night and, there's water dripping from the ceiling. And that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But to be able to have a locker with my jersey with my name in it hung up there.
It. You paid for it.
But I earned the money to pay for it.
Okay. All right. Fair.
Look, I'm not saying it's not
It's a
sad.
Fantasy.
Yes, that's what it is. It's called fantasy camp.
Yeah. Fantasy camp.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's just the name. Just the name is silly.
What about
I'm going to my fantasy camp, guys.
Well, I wouldn't say it in that voice because, yes, that does sound
And
weird.
I would imagine you would get there and hate it only because it's all the most extreme.
It's a bunch of yous.
I picture the most extreme, like.
Bunch of cool dudes, bro. A couple of handsome, cool guys.
I picture the most extreme rec sports competitive rec sports players with money that can afford to do this. Mm-hmm. Like that I would think that would just bring out the worst types of people.
Of men.
Do you see me in my Team USA Miracle Hockey jersey? And I'm on the ice. My feet are on the ice where they won this game.
I can't remember which NBA franchise it was. They put out a picture of like one of the fantasy camps that they ran, and I was like the range of ages of some of these guys. Like there were some of those guys playing pickup basketball that looked like they were in their 80s, and I'm like, that can't be competitive
or fun
because you can't you can't run over an 85-year-old man at fantasy camp.
Says who?
Oh, that's the other thing I was thinking about. So think about a guy like your dad.
Yeah,
who's a very competitive guy.
Yes, he's gonna take it too far.
So let's say he's on the ice with one of these guys. He's gonna want to test his skills up against one of these professionals.
Yeah.
Like, take a run at him a little bit.
I mean, it's a mistake.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of with dudes.
Yeah, you got to be smart about that.
And then, like, once you get there, you realize how big these dudes are. Like, you only see them on TV.
Sure, but that's also a cool experience. Look, you also when you're standing in front of your sports heroes, no matter how old, wrinkled, you know, they are, you still turn kind of back into a kid again.
Yeah,
right?
you see the start of the
Yes. And now, like, I mean, we're not on the same level, but I feel like now we're just having a drink together or we're having a meal together. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Sal says, my uncle went to Notre Dame football fantasy camp in South Bend.
They do this with football. You're going to die.
He says,
how do they do that?
He goes on.
Yeah, they do it for, like, college teams. I know do a bunch of this kind of stuff.
He goes on. It's full pads but minimal contact. They break you up based on size and age. You get the full uniform, the Golden Dome helmet, Notre Dame legends. He didn't stop talking about it for 5 years.
But you make contact.
It says light contact, yeah.
That's the one. I don't know how the hell you do that.
Unless you're playing flag football.
He says he's in pads light contact.
But you know there's going to be some ass out there that's going to go full throttle.
I mean, maybe they put the fear of God in you.
Yeah, that always stops,
well,
man.
I don't know, man. Like, Okay,
Like
now I
if
gotta
you,
look this up.
if you have double knee braces and elbow braces when you're going to these things, you shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, if you're
Lots-
wearing a copper fit full body suit, you should not play.
Bro, it's full pads. I'm looking at pictures of it right now. Holy crap, they're in full pads.
Oh no.
Wow.
How do they get away with that?
I don't know. And it's in,
I bet you have to sign a ton of paperwork.
I think you got to sign a ton of paperwork just for your heart based on the size of some of these guys.
They
play,
keep caskets on the sidewalk. Notre Dame caskets are really nice. You go straight to heaven in one of those things.
Bro, I'm watching a 60-year-old fat guy run a 40-yard dash, and they're timing him, and it's brilliant.
Wait, they're training you? Like
They're putting him through a combine like you would watch the NFL players do. They're doing like stretching and workouts.
And he's a
now
fat guy.
Now they're getting their uniforms. This is so cool. Oh my God.
So you're playing on the actual Notre Dame
They're playing in
field.
Notre Dame Stadium. They're running out of the tunnel. They're touching the play like a champion today sign. I want to go to Notre Dame fantasy camp.
So, can you imagine what they charge for that?
Okay.
That's got to be insane.
Kimmy, can you Google the price of Notre Dame football fantasy camp? Are you ready for this? I got frequently asked questions in front of me for Notre Dame football fantasy camp. Okay. Playing participants must be 25 years of age or older.
Okay.
However, all ages are encouraged.
Come on, 8-year-old.
In 2019, the average fantasy camper age was 52 years old.
Buddy.
And not in shape.
If you thought the Yankees camp was expensive,
Buckle up, baby.
What's Notre
buckle
Dame?
up. Okay, so pricing for the 2025 fantasy camp. The standard player fee, I don't even know what a coach fee is. A player fee is about $6,200.
So
That's base.
That's less than
That's
I thought it was
base.
going to be.
That's base. Again, that's like the bottom tier package.
Okay.
But then there's a fantasy camp coach fee. What is that?
So maybe you can't do it, but you get to like stand on the sidelines and give you the
that
coach's
you have
gear.
to pay $4,000 for.
I mean, I get it.
Do you
I get
meet
that.
the coaches or something? You
Maybe
meet all
do they
the-
teach you how to coach?
I would no. I would assume that's like you stand on the sideline and
Right.
you're like a Notre Dame
Okay.
coach. Oh man, look at
So that's $10,000 if you want that coach's package on top of the base.
Well, no, I'm guessing you pick one or the
Maybe
other.
you-
Like
yeah,
either you
I-
play or you
Oh,
coach.
I
I
would
thought
guess
it
you're
was
one or
like
the
one
other.
and then they whack you.
Look at them. Oh man, I'm looking at now. They got a schedule here. Day of the game, blue gold team meeting, practice, pregame meal, mass at the Basilica. Man, the walk to.
Wait,
Notre
you got to
Dame.
go to mass?
Well, yeah, it's Notre Dame.
Well, you got to
to
do what the players do, probably, right?
Do you
Like-
think God hears any prayers from fantasy camp? Like, of all the stuff God's got to do on that day. Hold on. Hey, God. We got Jerry from fantasy camp. Want you to pray that he punches one in for the old Gipper.
Could you imagine though?
Do you have to watch, like, what's that Ronald Reagan one?
Well, yeah, I know what you're talking
New
about.
Rocky
Yeah, New
crap?
Rock. No, you're watching Rudy. That's what you're watching,
All right.
That's
So they make you watch all of them.
that's good acting.
How many Notre Dame movies are there?
1,000 Notre Dame.
I forgot
lot.
Reagan was in that.
By the way, I'm thinking now, like, what it would feel like to punch one in the end zone at Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend, Indiana. I don't care if I'm.
Do they
52.
pipe in sound?
Probably.
Like crowd
I
sound?
bet. They probably give you the full experience.
Well, yeah,
right?
because they did it during COVID.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want to do all of this. If anyone wants to donate like $50,000 to the break room,
You too can send Pat to fantasy camp.
Now, think about how great the content would be. I'll detail all of the sadness of
Go ahead.
going to Yankees fantasy camp and Team USA hockey fantasy camp, Miracle on Ice fantasy camp, and Notre Dame fantasy
Damn.
camp. Come on, everyone, be cool.
I wonder if you get to keep any of this stuff. Do they get
$6,200? I better be able to keep my helmet.
those helmets have got to be a fortune.
Those helmets cost like $500.
But aren't they like painted in gold or some crap?
Yeah, there's
Probably
gold
like some
flake in there.
specific paint. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so cool. They're hitting each other. Oh wait, no, they're wearing pads, but it is flag football.
Okay. Why the pads then?
Well, because you want to
Because,
feel
you know,
like
In case you
guys
fall
are-
down.
Yeah, no. If you fall down, are we gonna dynamite? Just listening to this show is a fantasy. Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
How are we going to bitch it out, buddy?
That's right. Just after 7 o'clock, we have a bitch voice theater. So sit tight for that. Also, just after 7, Kimmy has an argument to make.
Uh-oh.
Because there are holidays we will decorate for. One in particular, that's the biggest of
Yeah.
the decoration holidays. But what's next week is catching up fast.
Oh, yeah.
One neighborhood in Irondequoit is proof of that, and we'll detail the story that showed up on 10 NBC. But, Kimmy, your argument is maybe it's time to make a shift.
I think we have to shift.
Oh.
And she actually, the argument makes perfect
I
sense.
think you can enjoy this one a little more.
And it's safer.
Okay.
Much safer.
We're doing a decoration.
But even though you hate all of this.
I do.
We'll get into
It
it.
sucks.
Just after 7 o'clock here at the break room on CMF. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is a story of a bad thing that happened at the perfect time. Because
Perfect time for a bad thing.
yes, one little town needs something new, and it looks like they found it, thank God. This is something that you cannot operate as a town without. But if this bad thing had happened in a different moment, someone could be dead.
Jesus.
And we'll get into the story next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Bad things will happen.
Oh, sure.
But sometimes bad things can happen at the right time. And this is a prime example of that.
How does that work?
Well, look, man, we rely on first responders, police officers in moments we don't know what to do, on the worst days of our lives. And they're only as good as their tools. But when their tools stop working,
what do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. We could be losing another chain restaurant in our area.
Oh.
And normally when that happens, no big deal.
Yeah.
We're a town that loves local. With a couple of exceptions. And I think this Westside diner that may be on the chopping block.
But it's a chain.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely one of those exceptions.
Really?
It's a chain that was a part of all of our lives if you are the age of Kimmy and I. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Let's take a trip west, Tommy.
Where are we going?
We're going to Warsaw.
Warsaw.
Near Batavia. We never talk about Warsaw.
No.
But
town.
Warsaw is getting itself a new ambulance.
Damn.
Yep. Well,
spiffy new one.
The town has 2 ambulances. Well, they had 2 ambulances.
Yeah.
Story in the Batavia Daily News.
What happened to the other one?
Well, they talked to Chief Diana Wilcox, who explained why they needed a new ambulance. The engine in one of them blew up.
Oh,
it done blowed up.
It done blowed
I heard it
up.
blowed up good.
It blowed up and it blowed up good.
All right.
So all this came up at a town board meeting on Monday night. Now, according to the story, the ambulance was on its way to training with people that work for the ambulance in the ambulance when it completely broke down.
Geez, they call it an ambulance?
And it's not an ideal situation. But when you think about it, it's a hell of a lot better than this engine blowing up with someone in the back of the ambulance.
Yeah, I'm having a heart attack. Well, parts won't be in for 6 weeks.
And keep in mind, they only have 2 ambuli in Warsaw. So if the other ambulance was in use,
you're screwed.
What do you do?
Walk.
No, serious question.
I think you get them out and you just got to roll them down the highway.
Let's say that you have someone in the back of that ambulance. That ambulance's engine blows up, and the other ambulance is in use. How do you get that person to the hospital?
Maybe the cops?
You gonna throw them in the back of a cop car?
What else can you do?
But what
else can beat traffic?
It's a good question.
Yeah, you need something with a siren.
I would think they got to throw you into the back of a cop car.
Okay, all right. And by the way, there's nothing that says that couldn't happen. It's just total luck.
You have to lay back there with the shotguns and all the road flares.
Shotguns are in the front. Why would they keep the shotguns where they keep people in the back of the car?
Oh, yeah, good point.
Seems like a pretty dangerous
I guess
situation.
I'd be a lousy cop.
All right, look.
What are you doing back there? Knock it off.
Whatever you do, don't touch the shotguns as I'm trying to arrest you. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All of these emergency vehicles that are there to help us in our worst moments that we see every day, they're just like any other vehicle.
But they got to break down a time. Think about how they use them all day long.
Kimmy, think how much they use them all day long.
Well, think about that thing probably runs 12, 15 hours a day.
Sure.
You don't drive your car every day for 12 hours.
You're right.
Yeah.
So you got to wear the hell out of these things.
And think about the wear and tear just based on the size. For example, Kimmy, your husband's a firefighter.
Yep.
Those fire trucks are huge.
Yeah.
Right?
They build them big for a reason.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying
go on a lot of runs, get a lot of miles on those things.
Do they have mechanics that are dedicated to does every fire department and ambulance service have their own mechanic, or do
they have a central area,
or do they take them to just a regular shop? Because Warsaw has 2 ambulances. I can't imagine they're going to hire someone full time to just take care of 2 ambulances.
No, but I'm saying is there a place where all the ambulances go central location, like Monroe County has a garage where it repairs all the big heavy equipment?
But would that help Warsaw?
I don't know. Maybe wherever county they're in, they have one.
Okay.
Because think of all the city trucks, the plows, garbage trucks, all that stuff's got to be worked on.
Yeah.
They can't take them to Ed's transmission.
I don't know. My dad was a cop.
Ed's overrun.
My dad worked for Gates for years and years and years and years. He had a car that he was in every day. I don't know how they repaired it. I don't know if they had a guy. I don't remember seeing a garage at the police department when I was a kid. I was
That's
there
why
all the time.
They gotta have some central joint.
Well, I know it's also not out of the question because every once in a while you will drive by a body shop or a repair shop and you'll see a cop car or an ambulance out front. I don't know if they're repairing that car. I don't know.
I thought they were getting busted for having poker games in the back.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the town of Warsaw. Their ambulance engine blew up. They had to buy a new ambulance. And how they're getting a new ambulance might be the funniest part of this story.
Oh, yeah, so they got to buy a new one?
They do, but we'll get to that here in a second. Let's talk to Larry. He's on CMF. Hey, Larry, how are you, brother?
Morning, guys. So I live in Wyoming County, down by where Warsaw is.
You live down there? God damn, Larry.
Yeah, so they have right there at the hospital Medic 80, and they got their own ambulance service that comes out of the hospital.
Okay, so you're saying there would be more ambuli in case of an ambulance breakdown?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'd have to wait for that guy to get to my
Still would
ass.
suck, right?
So they usually tone them out, like Medic 80, they usually tone out with any call anyways.
Okay. All right, gotcha. So I wouldn't be like driving like when I'm in the back, like, hey, listen, you got any gas money? Larry, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That's a call we should expect from a Larry.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Straight to the point.
Ambulance information.
So the town of Warsaw needing a new ambulance, turns out they can't afford a new ambulance.
By the way, brand spanking new one.
You got it. So first they decided they wanted to try to repair the engine on the one that they had.
But wait, if an engine blew up, don't you need like a whole new engine?
Look, man, I'm not a mechanic. Why are you asking me these questions?
It blew up.
It blowed up.
Blowed up good.
It was $25,000 to fix the engine.
The engine?
Yes, and I'm going to quote the police chief, Wilcox, out there. Quote,
What's he say?
she said,
Yeah.
we're not fixing it because they'd have to put it in the same motor we had, and we've had issues with it. So this has been a thing.
All right. So that ain't happening.
And they couldn't afford a brand new ambulance because it's a small town.
That's got to go for, what, a couple $100,000?
I would guess $100,000, right? No.
Easy.
Okay. So they went to work.
What are they going to do?
Secondary market.
Oh. Bob's used ambulance lot?
Warsaw is buying a 2006 Silver Springs ambulance.
That sounds nice, Silver Springs.
It's an 18-year-old ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
It can be old Silver Spring. They're buying it. It's not called the Silver Spring. They're buying it from Silver Springs,
The town.
Yeah,
All right, so they're selling one of their old ones.
So here's where it gets really funny.
All right.
So you gotta, whenever you buy a car, there's a negotiation, right? So the town of Warsaw goes to the town of Silver Springs, and they go, "We'd like to buy your used ambulance." Quote.
She probably still got a Clinton Gore bumper sticker.
Quote.
Yeah.
They originally wanted $8,000 for the ambulance, and I got it down to $4,000.
Man, that's got to be one chintz-ass wobbly wheel
I'm sure
busted-ass
it's fine.
bucket.
They wouldn't buy an
Bro,
ambulance that wasn't safe.
4G. If an engine in a new one costs $25G, and your busted-ass old one is $4,000, that ain't for long.
Okay, but
you're gonna need another ambulance.
Okay, maybe this is just a Band-Aid while they raise money for a new ambulance. But what I want to know is how does one fire department, like first responder service, negotiate $4,000 off the price of the ambulance? What was that negotiation like? Because you don't have any leverage.
No.
You know what I mean? It's like they can just keep the other ambulance, right?
Yeah.
Like, what did you have to offer to get them to knock it down to $4? Come on! Come on! Come on!
At least they just wanted to bail on the thing because it's junk.
Okay.
You know.
But you could still be like, I still want $8,000.
Still got a cassette deck in it.
It might actually.
Oh,
in
it probably does.
2006.
It's probably still
That's
got a
when the
Hall & O
transition-
CD in there, or cassette in there.
That's why it's broken, because there's a Hall
Crammed
of
that
CD
CD in
stuck
there.
in the cassette deck. 252 WCMF. Town of Warsaw is down to one ambulance, or at least they were, after the engine in one of them blew up while it was on its way to a training thing.
Oh, God.
Now, thank God it didn't happen in the middle of a call, but they
Right.
had to get a new ambulance, and they negotiated with the town of of Silver Springs. They wanted $8,000 for their used ambulance in 2006. They got it down to $4,000.
Because they were tying a mowing around it. You know, that thing probably hasn't budged in years.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Skyler. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Good. I live out here in Wyoming County, and it's actually an old '76 Woody station wagon.
Folks,
That's what they.
that's what they actually bought, guys.
But you can't even buy a used car for $4,000. What the hell? So, anyways, they called to tell you that when I was a lot younger, I lived out in Colorado, and I worked for the towns out there doing parks and whatever. And they had a mechanic that fixed all the cop cars and everything.
So they did have a guy working in the parks and whatever department.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he thought it was cool when he had to fix a cop car because back then I had super long hair and tats and whatever. And so he would always, in the morning, he'd tell the boss, I need Skyler today. And he'd have me drive the cop car back across the county. He just thought it was funny to see me with my long hair and the windows down. And I'd play with the little sirens and the lights and shit.
Whoa, Kimmy, Tyler. It's kind of I got to let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. I mean, look, if you're going to be in the cop car driving it around, you do have to turn the sirens on.
Hey, hippie.
All the bells
Turn
and
them
whistles.
sirens down, boy.
I'll be back to pick up you later. So, like, no, but Skylar brings up a good point.
What?
You can't, it'll be hard to find a used car for $4,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had a story about a man who was arrested for a DWI in a U-Haul earlier this week, whatever day it was. And we talked about how sad it would be if your everyday driver, like if you bought a used U-Haul, how sad that would be. Would it be sad if your everyday driver was a used ambulance? Because they do go up for sale. If you go to a Bills game, you'll see fans that buy
trick them out.
Yeah, they turn them into fanbulances.
Yeah. All right. They got bars in them and stuff.
Yeah.
If I bought an ambulance and I drove it to work every day, is that badass?
But
Still got the sirens and lights and everything.
I mean, I think people would be curious about it. I don't know if it's badass, but it makes you interesting.
so my parents drove these cross country.
Your dad owned an ambulance company.
Yeah. So when he retired, one of the things was when they had to deliver an ambulance, they drove them to these places. So they drove all the way out to the West Coast, and like, can you imagine? You see an ambulance pull up, and these two old farts get out, start unloading their like groceries to go into their hotel room. You would think they stole the damn thing.
Yeah, especially your dad, the way that he talked.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fine. Don't look at me.
Drinking and driving in an ambulance.
All right, well, congrats to Warsaw on your new ambulance. If you live out that way, nothing to worry about. You are safe and taken care of in your 2006 ambulance.
Man, what about the equipment? But even like the equipment you got to put in that damn thing, or do they keep the old equipment from the old ambulance?
No, you're not going to mess with stuff that that isn't going to help you. I mean, you're there. That's the most important stuff is the equipment in the back.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They may try to cut corners.
Why would they do that?
I know.
You know nothing
That
of nothing.
defeats the whole purpose.
Does it? I got you. There.
That's how you know a
Does it?
guy's an idiot. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, this medicine may give you diarrhea because it's from 2006.
Stocked with old medicine, too.
God, what an idiot. Let's take a break. We're a local business town, especially when it comes to this type of business.
Yeah.
In fact,
one's going away.
well, yeah. In the last couple of years, we've seen specifically a bunch of these businesses close, and nobody really cares. We don't miss them. It doesn't matter. This might be the one rare instance where a chain restaurant closing would feel like we're losing something local. Because if you live on the West Side and you've been an adolescent in the last 30 years, this was most likely a major part of your teenage experience.
Damn.
And if this leaves Ridge Road, what is there to do? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've talked a ton about how good these types of local restaurants are.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising the big boys, national chains, having a hard time staying in business here. That's a story we see often. But there are exceptions to every rule. And this could be the rare case of a national chain closing a local location that would really bother folks who live on the west side.
So but it is closing.
We don't know yet. It could. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. A lot to get to.
Yeah.
First off, we got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000, get me.
You can fall into $5K a day. It's easy to win. Download the free Odyssey app. Log in. Listen to CMF for at least an hour each day. That is your daily entry. One winner in this national contest every single day will win $5,000.
$5,000.
So download the app, listen to CMF. Good luck from your friends here in the break room. Also, just after 7 o'clock, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater. And why Kimmy is here to argue something you despise for reasons, Tommy, that we cannot understand.
I despise.
Would actually make your life way easier.
But I fight it.
You do fight it.
Yeah.
And it's not just easier, Kimmy. This makes more. There's more people that will be able to
Yeah,
participate.
just think, it makes more sense for everybody involved, right?
And it all comes from what one neighborhood in Irondequoit is doing. We'll get to the story just after 10 o'clock, or 7 o'clock. Here in the break room on CMF. Denny's,
Oh, yeah.
the restaurant, they're having some issues. Story in the DNC says the chain will be closing 150 locations nationwide by the end of next year.
Wow.
And in the state of New York, there are 34 Denny's, but 3 in our general area. There's one in Canandaigua, there's one in Geneva, and then there's the one we're going to talk about. Denny's in Greece on Ridge Road. So other chain diners that have shut down in the past weren't really a big deal. Like Perkins was a monster, but that hasn't existed for decades.
But Denny's kind of replaced the Perkins. Same concept.
Yeah, there you go.
Same idea.
IHOP and Denny's on Jefferson Road, those have closed. That wasn't a big deal because Rochester loves its local dining.
Yeah, there's so much.
There's every town has multiple, and every
Yeah.
Saturday or Sunday when you go, there's a line out the door for every one of them.
Yeah.
But the one exception to the rule we just laid out might be the Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece.
Why do you think it had so much hang time?
Kimmy, that Denny's is a West Side institution.
Yeah, I mean,
But how?
I remember like going there with like my whole family on the weekends, like grandparents, everybody. I mean, I think it went from a Perkins to a Denny's, but like it was same something about that location. It was always busy. I guess as a kid, I never even thought it was a chain, you know?
It feels like it has been part of the West Side. Like they built Ridge Road around that diner there. And if you are, over the last 30 years, if you have been a kid or a teenager in the last 30 years, that Denny's contains some of the most important important nights,
Late nights,
and worst mornings of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever eaten at a Denny's straight.
Well, why would you?
Yeah, it was always late night drunk ass.
You went to that Denny's on Ridge Road when everything was winding down after the bars or dances or whatever.
You needed a Patty Melton fries.
Yeah, and it was one of the few places in Rochester that was busier at 1:30 in the morning than it was
Couldn't
for
get a table.
Yeah, for the 6:30 dinner rush, and it was always interesting. The staff at the Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece is battle hardened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't take crap off of anybody, and it was one of those places.
Those people are prepared for anything.
Kimmy, it was one of those rare places where you went knowing anything could happen, and you looked forward to it.
That's the place I told you where I got assaulted by a girlfriend. Legit.
It feels like if Denny's on Ridge Road closes, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, we're losing a big part of West Side
But
culture.
obviously nobody's going.
Now, here's the thing.
I
We
was
don't
just
know.
going to ask, is it still even open that late
I
there?
don't know, and we don't know if this Denny's will be one of the ones closing. This could be one of the few Denny's that is doing really, really well.
Right.
But then again, I haven't been there in like 17 years.
It's been a long time.
I mean, is that Denny's still cranking? Is that the spot where you're going at the
hot
end of the
spot?
night? Can you see if that Denny's is 24 hours? Because Denny's were always 24 hours.
Back in the day, they were.
But things have started to pare back.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean,
And they got to have a lot of competition now for late night chow.
but there was always competition on Ridge Road for late night chow. Taco Bell was right down the street.
yeah.
There's a bunch of Hots places. There were pizza places that were open till 3
Yeah,
in the
that doesn't
morning.
make any sense that thing would be that popular.
I don't get it.
Unless they were getting the overflow from all the other joints.
No, but I'm telling you,
You
man.
said that was your go-to joint.
If you, on the west side, because after parties, I've been there 1,000 times,
Right.
right? You would stand there for 15 to 20 minutes at 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for a table
Which
to
doesn't
open
make
up.
sense because, like in Florida, they made sense because they didn't have a lot of those old school diners down there.
Yeah.
So that was it. But you had so many choices up there for great late night food.
I can't explain it.
I know.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's just how it is. Look, we don't ask why our culture is the way it is. We just celebrate what it is. And we celebrate the Denny's on Ridge
It
Road.
is still open 24 hours.
Wow.
There you go, baby.
Look at that.
Well, strippers got to eat too.
Look, I want to go at like 1 in the morning again to see what the scene's
No,
like,
you
but I feel like I'm too
don't.
old now.
No, you
and
don't.
I'd be afraid immediately.
It's going to
not
be
for you
scary
anymore.
now.
I don't know. I will say this. If there is a time soon, let's say this Denny's on Ridge Road is one that gets closed within the next 2 years. If there is a time soon where I drive down 104 and it's not there, I will shed a tear because it's like a part of my childhood has left me.
All right.
And I don't know why, Kimmy, I have such an affection for that specific location of that specific chain. Can you figure it out? Because you're in the same boat I am.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like to your point, there's so many diners on that side of town, and that was still like a go-to for a lot I just remember, and I think
like,
it was partly too.
Shut
sorry,
up, Tommy.
Sorry. I think
Talking
partly
food.
you went there like your entire childhood too. Well, at least I did. So it went from like going with your family to then like you got to experience it independently at late at night. Like you did a lot of growing at that Denny's.
It was like walking through the set of the Wonder Years, but they had fries.
But I just remember how creepy those parking lots were late at night. And one of my favorite memories was a bunch of comics who were going. It wasn't a Denny's, but it was like one of those Perkins or whatever. And Fat Steve slipped in something.
Fat Steve being one of your friends.
Yes, and a comic, very funny cat. He slipped in something and doesn't look. He just reaches for it and peels it off his shoe.
Ah!
It's a rubber.
Of course it is. He touched it?
He didn't know what it was. He thought he stepped in something. He peels off a rubber. And this is before we go in and eat. And Fat Steve could eat through peeling a rubber off the bottom of his shoe. He could still power through a patty mill. He did wash his hands.
I would hope so.
252 WCMF. Denny's announces that they'll be closing 150 locations nationwide over the next 2 years. There are 3 still in our area, one in Canandaigua, one in Geneva, and the one we're talking about, Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece. And although we love our local places, and whenever these national diners close, it's not a big deal. For some reason, it feels different. The Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece, it is the West Side. And the West Side is the Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece. Let's talk to Joel. Hey, Joel, how are you, buddy?
Hi, good morning, guys.
Yo.
Yeah, you want to know why they're closing? They're not open late night no more. They only do DoorDash now at night.
Oh, wait, so that you can't go sit down
okay.
at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, nope, you can't do that no more.
All right, now, Joel, I do want to be clear. Again, we don't know that this location is closing. We know that some Denny's locations are closing. We're just
Nationwide.
saying, if this one were to close, I would be sad. But, Joel, how old are you, buddy?
No, I'm 26.
All right, so you had some nights at that Denny's on Ridge Road.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, here you go. No more need to be said. Just
Ladies
that.
in the parking lot.
But like you guys said earlier, you never go there during the day. You barely go there in the morning to go eat. You only go there at nighttime. I rather go to Central Diner in the morning time every morning than go to Denny's. But it tastes better when you're drunk. You know what I'm saying?
It is weird, though, like, of all, you could go out in like your finest wear, right? Whatever you were doing, you could have like the best looking chick on your arm, and it was still completely socially acceptable to take her to Denny's on Ridge Road in Greece. And I don't know why.
Yeah, you're just wrapping up your night.
It's the only thing open at the time.
Joel, thanks for reminiscing about Denny's with us, buddy.
Oh, yeah. A lot of things. I miss Old Country Buffet, too.
Oh, God, do I miss Old Country Buffet? Damn it. Joel, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Well, I do. I really miss
Did we? Is that one of those things? You know how you point to the?
Don't you dare. What are you going to say?
No, I was going to say, is that one of those things you point to the generation ahead of you? You ruined that for us. Did we ruin Denny's?
What did I do?
Jackass
No, I'm
in
asking,
a
like,
joint.
did we like
Walking on
ruin the
chicks.
late night hours where they started to shut it down because things got maybe that's one of the things we ruined for your kids?
No, I won't. I'm not even gonna consider.
We
that
might
idea.
have, because there was, like you said, there was some crap that went down late night. Maybe it's just I don't want to freaking deal with this anymore.
And you couldn't walk on a check at Denny's. All Denny's waiters and waitresses are trained MMA fighters.
Oh,
You
I
were
did
getting
not know
taken
that.
down, man.
Wow.
Right? 4-figure body lock. Just, wow! Are there other chain locations in Rochester that have the same kind of relationship with this
I
community?
can't think. Anything like that?
I'm thinking back to like my childhood. There's an Applebee's in Gates on Shiloh Avenue that became like the neighborhood bar because it was one of the first like chains to pop up in the town.
I mean, that one in Webster is like an institution. That Applebee's there is packed all the time.
It does say on the sign you're a neighborhood bar and grill.
And I know people in like other places, smaller towns, that is their. I don't think they necessarily see it as your standard chain.
I will say the biggest chain that I've seen that as soon as it opened, there's a line. It's that Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel local.
No, but like it's super successful.
Yeah.
Like all the day, like from morning till night, it's packed.
But it's not the same vibe, man.
I know, but it's a chain. I mean, there's other great restaurants around it.
Sure.
And one of them's closing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. If you want to go to a restaurant that has a number for no reason in it, Pittsford is your place to be.
I'm telling you, man.
Styles 32. Venmo 86.
We like our numbers.
What doesn't make any effing
Especially
sense.
in the bank, buddy.
Label 7. Why not label 8? Cuz.
It's closed. They closed Label 8 because keep it going.
You know, if we're going to talk other chains that had that effect, I think you can argue Friendly's was that for every single town.
Yeah, and they
Okay.
kind of shut down.
Which
Kind
is
of the same
devastating.
vibe, though. Like that was a place that you went as a kid with your friends.
What I would give for one more smiley face Sunday.
Yeah, because you had the diner and you had the ice cream side by side.
Yeah, it was great. But, like, I don't know what it was. Like, Friendly's was a national chain,
Yes.
right? They were everywhere. In every town, they had a Friendly's. But when you walked into your Friendly's, it felt like it was a local place, right? There was a Friendly's on Buffalo Road in Gates. There was a Friendly's, or I'm sorry, Lyle Ave. There was a Friendly's on Ridge Road that used to be down the street. I spent a lot of time there. There was how about this?
What's that?
One of the angriest I've ever been at my work.
What happened?
My daughter had a hockey tournament in a suburb of Albany last year. And across the street from our hotel, Friendly's.
Okay.
Had a Friendly's. And I got so excited.
So what happened?
She wouldn't go to Friendly's.
Why?
I don't know. And like she was like insistent.
I told you my wife pulled that move at Waffle House.
Yeah.
When we were driving down south. And I specifically got this motel adjacent to a Waffle House so she could experience Waffle House, and she was excited.
Yeah.
And then that morning she goes, I just want coffee. I don't want to eat yet. Like, you got to be kidding me, man.
Did you call your lawyer about divorce?
Oh, yeah, we spoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just, like all I want to do is just relive my childhood with a smiley face Sunday.
So why'd she pass?
I don't know. She wouldn't give me a reason, but she was like adamant. I don't know if maybe 30 years ago she was in that town and did something bad at that Friendly's. My picture's still up in
Like,
there.
Friendly's is so big, so when you drive through there, when you drive to Boston and you come on the way back, there's that big floral sign says whatever town it is, home of Friendly's. It's huge.
Yeah, it's one of America's greatest communities.
So they got to have a ton of Friendly's in that joint.
I would think so. Let's take one more call, 252-WCMF again, talking about the Denny's on Ridge Road. Denny's is closing locations in the next 2 years. We don't know if this will be one of them, but if it is, it's a piece of Westside history we cannot replace.
Yeah.
Josh has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Josh, how are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good,
Great.
Josh. Good.
Just calling in about the Denny's thing because I actually worked at two of them back in 2019.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't actually grow up going to the Denny's, so I didn't have like crazy late nights over there as a customer.
Okay.
But there's definitely some craziness that goes on behind the counters. That's for sure.
Did you like look forward to that? Was that something you dread every night you went in, or were you kind of like some?
I hated it. I didn't have any. The only reason I was even working at Denny's is because my girlfriend at the time and her mother were both employees, so they got me a job in there because I needed cash. But oh man, never again. Never. I don't even eat there anymore.
I worked with my mother-in-law at the Denny's is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Working next to her mama at Friendly's.
Or Denny's.
One night I grabbed the wrong ass. I had to get out of there fast, son. She came after me with a shotgun and a big old ladle full of ice
It's
cream.
weird she was working at Friendly's
I know,
Denny's
it's
with
really
a shotgun.
strange,
That was
yeah.
pretty strange. Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you.
Ooh.
And Kimmy is going to make your life easier by arguing why you should be participating in the thing you hate the most, Tommy.
Me personally.
Yes, you personally, because there is a neighborhood in Irondequoit that has gone above and beyond, and it makes sense that this would be the one that we dedicated all our time and money to.
Okay.
And we'll explain next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. It's going to be hard to argue with the logic of Kimmy here.
Oh, okay.
Even though, Tommy, you're going to hate
So I'm
it.
Well, he's
anti.
going to hate all of it, so it doesn't even really matter what day you pick.
But here's the thing. This will make his life easier.
Yeah.
What one neighborhood is doing in Irondequoit raises a very good question. Why have we decided the hardest holiday to decorate for was the one we were going to go all out? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid or say he looks like one of those like crooked doctors from a 1970s movie, like at the beginning. You know he's going to die for something terrible he did. Like you look like a side character in Boogie Nights where it ends horribly.
Yeah, but those guys were kind of cool to that point.
Yeah, I would disagree.
By the way, we're wearing basically the same color
We are
scheme.
we're all in light.
Same color
We're all
scheme.
in soft pastel or
And
soft
jeans.
neutrals today.
Hey, I look nothing like you.
Same. Matter of fact, you
Similar
look worse
vibes.
because you, for some reason, have the world's thinnest hoodie on.
What are you talking about?
That hoodie you have on
Well,
top.
it's not super cold. It's not super warm.
No, it's like you're wearing a smock.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we not doing Bitch Voice Theater?
I don't know. You're running an art class this afternoon, Professor?
Well, I guess he's so offended he is boycotting Bitch Voice
No, I'm
Theater.
not.
Well, you got to really hurt someone.
bad Duffy. I want to go to Notre Dame and play fantasy camp and meet Lou Holtz and explain why he disrespected him on his little radio show. Because I'm a Lou Holtz disrespected little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, Lou Holtz related or not. We run it back for you. Call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theatre, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
My ass got to sit in there for 4 hours and eat your crap ass bird, your open door bird.
The body's telling me the body's going to sit in a chair, but it can't be metal. It can't be a quote outside chair because I demand fancy, even though nobody wants me at Thanksgiving. And one time I got arrested going to a listener's Thanksgiving because I'm a scared asshole Thanksgiving bitch.
Oh, bad Duffy. I grew up so poor we had to shove all our meatballs in our mouth at one time because my brother would steal them away from me and so was my daddy because I was just a meatball shoving little bitch.
I have these shoes that I love to work out in. Why? What? No,
I'm bad Duffy. I don't want to fly, but I'm going to be a good boy even though my long legs are cramping so much because I have powerful thighs, but right now they hurt me in my little air seat. Because I'm just a sissy little fly boy.
You'll never understand
Bitch.
how hard it is to live with powerful thighs.
Oh, my name's Tommy. My birthday sucked because all I got were boats and slot cars because I'm a spoiled little Pittsburgh living bitch.
I also got a lot of G.I. Joe. For that goddamn shopping
Oh, that's
cart.
it. That's all. That's all you got to say.
That's all I got.
Because I'm saying things about my coworker thinking she'll never get back, which I will because I know that her husband checks into the show sometimes. And then I say my wife tried to make it better, but now I can't insult my wife because I'm a scared ass bitch ass little bitch. You bitch ass bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to travel the whole country, be well-rounded, but I'm sitting in a closet with Tommy Muley running his stupid mouth all day because I'm just a unrounded little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theatre on WCMF.
Let's take a trip, Tommy.
Where are we going?
Summershire Drive.
Oh, Summershire.
Yep, off of St. Paul and Irondequoit.
Sounds very lovely.
Well,
Picturesque.
if you take a ride down that street, you will see a neighborhood that is in love with Halloween.
Oh.
Story on 10 NBC this week shows the extreme lengths the people who live there go to one-up each other for the spookiest of all holidays.
Oh, Crap It Up Lane.
Everybody decorates.
Yeah.
So it's the whole
That's
neighborhood
it's
just strewn with garbage.
Which I don't know if that exists anywhere else, Halloween-wise, where a whole neighborhood decides we're going to do this together.
Isn't it kind of overwhelming, though? Like, because nothing that. Well, because nothing, like, if you think you've got really cool stuff and every other neighbor has it, like,
Yeah,
it
but
kind
it's
of gets, like, buried.
Well, then it starts an arms race.
Yeah.
We're talking giant skeletons in graveyards, smoke machines and lights. This year, somebody put out an animatronic man digging a grave into their lawn.
Oh, man.
1 year, according to the story on 10 NBC.
They had an actual mob hit.
Someone had a live band playing on their roof while kids were
That's
trick-or-treating.
pretty
Come
cool.
on.
Hand of God, man. Hand of God. Bad ass.
Yeah,
Man, who's
that's
their
pretty
agent?
awesome. That's a party right there. It's party lane.
Tommy, you can get behind this, right?
No.
Why?
I hate this crap.
Why
man.
do you hate fun and
It's just
joy?
I know.
ugly. I get it if you have little kids, but it's just ugly.
Well, it's all for the kids.
Yeah.
And even the kids, take them to the park.
Even the
Yeah.
kids take them to the park.
Take it to the farm.
Yeah, that costs. We talked about this. That costs $300.
What do you think all this costs in your
don't
yard?
cost me nothing to drive down the street. And
No,
watch
but these
it.
guys, these jamokes that put this stuff on, they gotta have 10G in this
Oh,
stuff.
I love how you just make up a number.
You know, you got a full set. And by the way,
Full set.
I didn't even want to see what the electric bill is. Man, RG&E's got to be playing with themselves watching these idiots.
Don't even start about the water department.
They're all hitting their bonuses this year. They're all going to be vacation in Honolulu based on your lights.
So the guy I call at RG&E gets a bonus based on how much electricity I use?
You don't think?
Is that why he keeps me on the phone
More
for so
juice,
long?
you get the juice too, baby.
Shut.
It's a juicy juice kickback.
Well, your mom was there, all juicy juice? Kimmy,
Yeah.
you saw this story.
But
and
she
you-
loves it. And by the way, woman who doesn't decorate. You ain't got one goddamn mum in that house, and all of a sudden you're mislighted up.
Could you have said more of a
I
bitchy
know.
thing than you ain't
You
got
don't
one
even have any
mum?
mums.
You ain't got a mum?
You have a beautiful porch undecorated.
How do you know?
How about you practice mum for a second? We'll ask Kimmy a question. How about that? Kimmy, you saw this story on 10NBC and you had a realization.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I thought
Yeah, what are you saying?
because we see neighborhoods, they do this for like the holidays, right?
Yeah.
Like a whole neighborhood will get together for the most part, and a bunch of houses will go all out with Christmas
You mean
lights
for like
and stuff.
Christmas, Hanukkah,
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
But I'm like, why are we doing that with Christmas and not with Halloween? Like, if you're gonna pick a holiday to go all out for, especially in a neighborhood, pick Halloween. Like, that's way more fun. You got people walking around. The weather is still mild enough where you
I like
can
that.
get outside, walk around, and enjoy it. The kids will get a big kick out of it. Like, I'm thinking as a kid, like, sure, it was fun to see Christmas lights out your car window, but if I get to actually interact with all this stuff and other kids are, walking around with me, like, that's 10 times more fun than the neighborhood holiday lights.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This is the smartest thing Kimmy's ever said. And I think we could take Kimmy's argument even further. If we're going to pick a holiday to
Go
go
all
really
out
big
for it.
on and
Yeah.
do massive decorations, Halloween over Christmas makes sense.
So I would be all in on that if I could not
What,
do Christmas.
Well, I
I
guess
could blow off Christmas.
that's kind of my point. Like, you
Because
pick,
right now I got to do both.
because
That's right.
most likely
You
you're
don't
gonna,
do
if a
crap
neighborhood's
for
going
Halloween.
all out, they're gonna pick one holiday. And I'm saying if you're gonna pick a holiday, make it Halloween.
Say what?
What do you do for Halloween?
Everything. She's got the front and the backyard
Oh my
decorated
God,
with
the front.
floodlights.
Wow.
You asked me what I do.
No, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. Why don't you pay mortgage?
Man, those kids in your neighborhood must get a real kick out of those floodlights.
But she makes me do it. If I could bail, but you don't get to bail on one.
Says who? No, what, you're not putting up enough effort in Halloween. One, it's easier to put up and take decorations down during Halloween.
It is.
The weather is nice because your biggest bitch
Yeah.
about putting up your wife's Christmas decorations is the ice and snow.
Right.
And for some reason, we've decided as a society that getting on a ladder in January is a good idea.
Because they want us to die.
Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. Doing it in October.
So you think she's going to let you bail on Christmas?
Yes, and here's why.
There
Reason
ain't
two.
no. Where's that woman?
Reason two. There is so much more to do when it comes to
Oh
Halloween
yeah, you
decorations.
can get real creative.
You got movies, you got ghost stories, you got
Oh, that's-
costumes.
yeah.
Unlimited.
It's a kid's holiday.
cozy.
Like Kimmy said, it's more fun for them, right? Christmas decorations are pretty standard. Sure, there are folks that go big with the lights and things, but most of the time it's just lights. Maybe there's a blow-up thing or
Bro,
two.
they got those inflatables now.
That's what I just
Snoopy
said.
coming out of the doghouse.
I mean, there's some cool stuff people do for Christmas lights, but it's usually like maybe one or two houses that
Yeah.
you
But
remember.
by the way, there's a whole neighborhood that does Christmas, and I think it's in Irondequoit too, where they
it is
also
Irondequoit big on the holidays.
they do the whole Christmas jackassery.
But it's just lights. It's always just lights.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a blow-up thing or two. Like,
Well,
did
there's
you-
no spooky, Christmas house.
it's not even a
Spooky
Christmas house, which I think
the
is a,
manger.
it's a Hallmark movie this year, Spooky Christmas.
He's the son of God. You're gonna burn in hell.
But you bring up the third reason why this makes more sense: Halloween over Christmas decoration. Halloween isn't religious, meaning more people can participate. Right? Christmas is a religious holiday, and I know you don't have to be Christian to celebrate Christmas, but like at its core, Christmas is
Yeah,
religion,
there are
and
a lot
there's
of other people celebrating different things.
yeah, exactly. Where Halloween, it's like kind of an American holiday,
It is.
right?
Kinda, you can make it what you want.
Exactly.
You know?
It is what it is. I would guess.
All right, so we gas Christmas, and we just keep Halloween.
I mean, look, put up
I'm in.
put up a string of lights or two, but it makes
No,
more
no,
sense.
no,
to,
no, no, no.
No.
It's one or the other
Oh, really?
because it's
You
you give
can't-
my wife a string of lights, she's
Okay,
gonna she's
okay, I
gonna
just-
run them around the house, bro.
I
your
want to
foot
point
down.
out you just mocked me for not having a mum or not decorating, but you're now saying no wreaths, no garland, no nothing. Keep it all away,
Right.
no lights.
One or the other.
I don't know.
So
what you want.
you'd rather do spooky?
Oh, yeah.
A whole yard full of
Based
stuff.
on the weather.
Okay.
Because the worst part about the lights is taking them down.
Well, you got to take all this stuff down too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least I'm not taking them down in the ice and snow when it's like
Yeah.
February when the winds are whipping.
252
Sound like a
WCMF.
Gordon Lightfoot song.
The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald with skeletons, which I guess it also had skeletons. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, a story on 10 NBC. Summershire Drive off of St. Paul and Irondequoit. They are profiled. They go extreme for Halloween. By
The
way,
whole neighborhood.
Whole neighborhood goes. It's like movie quality stuff in all of these yards. And Kimmy's argument is, why are we not going all in for Halloween decorating and pulling back on the Christmas stuff?
I think I know why, though. Because the number one complaint from people during Halloween, especially, do these kids even live in my neighborhood? I gotta buy candy for kids in other places too. You don't even go here. You don't live here. And that's what's gonna show up when you go all out for Halloween. Like, kids from everywhere are gonna be walking down your street.
So Kimmy's right. There actually is a number in the story, and I know the story up, but they said they had thousands of trick-or-treaters in their neighborhood last year.
Sure.
But if you're going that all out, I would think you'd welcome that.
I'm with
right?
you. I agree
What
with
do
you
these
there.
people spend then on candy?
A lot?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's to bring joy to these kids.
You're going to be broke. Good luck trying to retire.
Okay, I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again.
I'm on
And
a
you-
fixed income. I ain't got you Snicker bars.
Fixed income, you ain't paying for nowhere to live.
Bro,
so shut up.
I'm still busted. You know I'm busted.
Look, man, I don't know why you don't get this through your head. If you trick-or-treated as a kid, or
I
you
did.
had kids that trick-or-treated, right? Or you have grandkids that will be trick-or-treating.
No.
You owe it to the universe to continue that and make it better for the next group of kids. Like, I don't get these dicks that are like, yeah, I got free candy, my kids got free candy, but I'm turning off the light because I don't want to deal with these kids. They even go in my neighborhood. Shut up! Like, you're the chintziest ass, bitch-ass chintzes. Just it's for the kids. Make them happy.
But
Let them
enough
be
is
kids.
enough.
Shut up.
And by the
man.
way, when I trick-or-treated, that's all we had. And we didn't have 1,000 different kind of candy bars and 50 television channels, and I could watch everything on my
You
phone.
had a boat,
all
man.
I had was a Reese cup.
Wait, was it hard to take them on your boat and only eat those?
You can't bring any food on the boat.
Or with your slot car set, or your G.I. Joes that you had, or your private schools that your dad shipped you off to, where you lived at the school.
Yeah, think of how much candy your dad could have bought if he didn't send you to private school.
He would have bought it on a booze and broads.
So after Christmas and Halloween, are we out of holidays to decorate for? Because
It is weird when I see people putting up like Valentine's Day
Yeah.
stuff
Okay.
But that's,
or Easter stuff. It looks lame.
I do see the Easter springtime decor.
But it
but
falls
it's-
flat.
But it's not as like flashy.
yeah, I don't see a
Yeah.
lot of blow up Easter stuff. I guess you couldn't really have like an appropriate blow up Easter thing.
Well, the bunny, not Jesus.
Well, no, but I mean,
Blowing up Christ on a cross of your
Yeah,
front lawn.
crosses
What are
in
you
your
doing
yard might look a little creepy.
yeah, that would be. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
an
I don't wanna
inflatable
avoid that.
execution.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like that's why you don't see
No.
it. I haven't seen the blow up bunny. Have you guys seen the blow up?
No, but
bunny?
I've seen like the big eggs they put in their yard and stuff like
Okay,
that
all
that
right.
light up. But
I
it
mean-
looks lame.
And then Thanksgiving is just a chore on its own.
I've never seen
Thanksgiving,
anybody
The Christmas starts
'Cause if
during
you're-
that time. Yeah.
Yeah, you're completely leapfrogging Thanksgiving.
You know, I have found it is interesting. Like,
What?
there are neighborhoods that'll go all out for Christmas, and I have seen. We started seeing some like blow up and light stuff for Hanukkah and
Yeah.
like stuff like that. But you don't see like over the top Hanukkah light display
Well, it's
stuff.
menorah.
No.
That's it.
No, but I mean, there's the menorah. You can do the Star of David. There's a bunch.
got
You can do
blow-up stuff
blue
for
and white
Hanukkah,
lights,
too.
right?
I've
Like,
seen
Yeah, it's
that,
supposed to be
yeah.
a blue theme.
no, but yes, I understand. I'm saying you could go over the
Yeah.
top. I've just never seen a house that went over the top,
Hmm.
and I mean, I can't figure out why. Because like, if the blow up stuff for Hanukkah exists, which it does, why
Yeah.
would there not be a house that's like, you know what, we're going super Hanukkah?
Well,
this
but
year.
think of how
Two menorahs.
Well, think of how crazy like the whole Santa Claus story is, and how much comes with that. I mean, there's just a lot more to do. I mean, people literally put like Santa coming out of their chimney.
Yeah, but you can do like a big dreidel. Look,
I've seen the big I've seen the I think they're blow up dreidels and menorahs and stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that would really be. I'm trying to think of how far you could take that.
It's just strange because, like, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, yeah, there were, like, spooky, scary things, but it was like, a spider that you
Yeah.
knocked on the door and it was like, "Bah!"
Yeah,
and it just shook. Like, out of nowhere, Halloween just
People
exploded.
are building their own stuff.
There's that pirate ship out in
Yeah,
Chilai every year.
Oh, is that the Halloween guy?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
think of how
raises
much
money for
that one
charity.
house draws. Imagine if all of his neighbors wanted to participate too.
I got so much respect for those people, man. Good for you, making those kids smile.
I know. Come on. And by the way, it's self-indulgent.
So what?
They do it to flash.
Even if they do.
But they're not doing it for the kids.
He also raises money for charity.
He does
the
raise
guy
money for
that
charity,
does
yes.
it?
I understand. Hey, God.
Hey, no, I understand. No, you
Good
don't,
stuff.
because I actually said
But
that
it's
before you
still
started going on your
kinda-
rant.
But you also want to get on TV.
So what?
Okay,
And
but
show your little
okay,
pirate ship
but
and
you
your
deserve
cannon.
to be on TV when you put that much work into
It's a
it.
candy cannon.
I love this idea that because even, and we don't know this for sure, even if his intentions
Ego.
weren't, we're all ego. So what? The kids still get to enjoy it. The
I
money
know.
still goes to charity.
It is, and everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes.
Yes, I'm saying so. Yes.
Okay. If you want a unique experience for Halloween decorations,
Where do I go?
well, you can go take a ride down Summershire Drive off of St. Paul in Irondequoit and check out what they're doing out there. I mean, they put all the work in.
Yeah.
Why not? You
By
did.
the way, go down there afterwards. Watch how pissed up they are trying to put all that stuff away.
Says man who will be taking down 40-year-old
Floodlights.
reindeer from his
God, I want that
backyard.
thing to die. It doesn't die.
I know how you feel. I know how you feel.
What, old things that don't die?
Just doesn't
I
die.
know. Chaps your ass.
Do you know how to intimidate another man without getting physical?
Intimidate.
Intimidate. You're going to walk in a room, it's you and that person, and you want to let him know you're the boss. What do you do?
Money.
Okay. So you say just having money does
Look
it.
like you got cash.
Okay.
You big money.
We're going to have an argument about that at some point in this conversation.
Oh,
There is a man who has been arrested.
he big money?
No. He's got an important job in a small town. And this arrest stems from a handshake because there are men who believe that a firm handshake with a couple of little thises and that's will let you know they let the other guy know you are the dominant male.
A firm grip.
You got it. Well, a little bit more than that. And that's what got this man in trouble, right? But with this handshake that landed this man in jail.
Just based on a handshake.
Wait till you hear, bro, this story is pants-peeingly funny.
Oh, too late.
It happened in front of a whole room full of people.
Oh, no kidding.
It's on video.
Damn.
And it involves two local politicians.
Trying to one-up each other?
How do you intimidate a man without getting in trouble? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is a political story,
Oh.
but it's more about men. Guys being tough.
All right.
Imposing your will, but subtly. Classless guys throw a punch, Tommy. Real gentlemen know how to intimidate their adversaries in other ways.
Okay.
And I want you to keep that in mind as we tell you how a handshake between a politician and another powerful man in a village now has one of them in handcuffs.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. A massive honor for a man who we all in this community know very, very well.
Fantastic.
And the exciting news is, based on the math, you are only like 6 years away from getting this yourself.
No
Very
kidding.
close.
Tommy Muley, absolutely, yeah. And we'll get to it, tell you who we're talking about just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Now, this story comes to us from south of us. And we don't usually talk about Bath, New York,
Yeah.
but this story is too good to pass up.
So we went down in Bath.
Monday night, there was a village board meeting. A 71-year-old village justice, town judge out there, his name is Robert Plaskoff, initiated a handshake with the Bath chief of police, Colin Taft.
All right, no big deal, right? Couple of guys shaking hands.
You got it. So
Couple of cats.
Town justice going to shake the hand of the Bath police chief.
What happened?
Well, the handshake started just fine,
Yeah.
ended in chaos.
That's what
It's
hell of
all
a
over a
handshake.
According to authorities, the 71-year-old town justice refused to release his grip from the handshake.
Oh no.
Witnesses say he squeezed the police chief's hand and then pulled him forward, which caused the police chief to stumble and hit his shin on a chair, which, according to the Finger Lakes Daily News, caused him pain.
Okay.
This is like a handshake standoff.
No, it's a handshake assault.
It is.
Yeah.
No, that's actually what it is. The police chief had to use nearby chairs to brace himself to keep from completely falling off of the stage.
What a dick.
When the dust settled,
Yeah.
the police chief, the victim of said handshake, arrested the town justice on a harassment charge.
So he slapped the cuffs right on the handshake.
You got it. The justice now has an appearance ticket to appear in the same village court in which he works. Let's hope he doesn't have to preside
How
over
does
his
that
own case.
work?
There's another justice that will preside over the case.
But what an idiot.
I'm sure there won't be a conflict of
But
interest.
how do
there.
you know how this all works?
He was aggressive with the handshake. Too aggressive with the handshake. Bath Police Department, they say the incident happened in front of a room full of people, and all of it was captured on video. And this entire saga is because of a handshake. God, you gotta love politics.
Yeah, trying to be a tough guy.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How do you intimidate another man without getting in trouble? The handshake was the go-to, right?
Yeah, until this guy ruined it, yes.
But like if you're gonna do
The firm handshake.
okay, for aggressive, firm, you keep eye contact, you pull them into you. It backfired on this guy.
Yeah.
He came in too strong. Also, he's 71. How strong could that handshake have been? 71-year-old man. Do you think the aggressive, strong, firm handshake actually works to intimidate other men?
I guess it could.
Does it intimidate you?
No, I always just felt like you were a dick and a bully.
Okay.
And you probably think you're giving them just as hard of a handshake. You know what I mean? Just as firm of a handshake. So I feel like both people might think they won that battle.
So we had a guy that used to work here. He was big on the handshake, and he'd always shake your hand. Like, I see you every day. Like, he'd walk in the room and shake your hand. Like, just sit down. You're on the air with us. And he'd be like, that's not a good shake. And so we would purposely hand him a dead fish just to piss him off. Because he would call you out if he didn't like your handshake.
See, I did the opposite. I came in hard, and I tried to sprain his thumb every time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Every single time. I was taking that thumb out of the joint
But it's such like a, you're not scaring anybody, man, especially that dude.
But here's the thing. Maybe you're a better man than I am, because if somebody's coming at me with an aggressive handshake, I am going to as aggressive, if not more. I'm not letting you have that, man. Ha!
Oh, I'll Bob Dole him every time.
Bob Dole? Kimmy does not get that joke.
I don't get the handshake reference to Bob Dole.
He was...
Oh, yourself an American?
Yes, he is part of... he was a POW,
Right.
and he
One
had...
of the most decorated heroes of World War II,
Was
and became a senator out of Kansas.
Well,
Yes,
I know who he is.
As part of it, his hand was permanently damaged. So, like, every picture you see Bob Dole after he got back,
Yeah.
he's holding a pen
Right.
to distract from the fact that his hand did not function.
Yeah, he didn't shake hands because of it.
Exactly. Yes. All right. So if the aggressive handshake does not work to intimidate men, 252-WCMF, what other ways can you let a guy know I am bigger than you and you need to take me seriously?
So some guys just have an aggressive macho demeanor,
Okay.
how they present themselves. And they say one of the guys that's really good at it is Vladimir Putin.
The Russian president,
Right.
or whatever.
And he's
it
a
is.
little dude. But the way he stands and the way he sits, the way he leans in conversations, he tries to always intimidate you how he just is.
How do you stand intimidatingly?
You'd have to ask him.
Okay.
But if you watch him, he's almost like at attention.
Okay.
But squared off on you.
Okay, so
he could throw a punch at any minute.
like this, am I doing?
Yeah, something like
If
that.
you're watching the live stream, I'm giving you great tips right now on how to intimidate other
Like
men.
he even did it to female leaders. So I think it was Angela Merkel of Germany.
Yeah.
Like he knew he had to have a meeting with her, and he knew that she was completely scared of large dogs. So when they sat down in the palace wherever he's at, he squares off on her with his legs open, leaning forward, and then he has these two gigantic dogs come in and sit with him just to intimidate her.
Okay. But now you needed props, right? I mean, the
Yeah,
dogs are
yeah,
props.
that's
It's
one
not
step.
really the same
Yeah,
kind of
but I'm
thing.
saying that he's that kind of guy. He does it without doing anything really.
Okay.
Just being there.
Can I ask a question without being a dick? I'm being sincere when I ask this question. So I've always been a big person.
Yeah.
I'm 6'3", well-built, handsome. It's not hard for me to walk into a room and get attention.
Well, there's just other big people in the room.
Well, that's just it,
true.
but it's rare, right? I mean, how does a smaller guy do that?
To intimidate people? Your hand gestures, your placement of your legs, things of that nature.
Do you even attempt to be subtly intimidating?
No,
I'm serious.
man,
No,
I
like,
never
well,
think about it.
You don't think? Come on, man. You're a petty man, just like I am.
Yeah, but
You're
I'm
also-
small.
I do think you're trying to give off a certain look. I mean, you do pay a lot of attention to your clothes. You
I do.
want to look sharp.
Oh yeah, that looks tough, right?
No, but I
Mod Squad over here.
maybe not so much tough, but you do want to look important, right? That's why you dress
He's
like that.
nailing that too. He's one of the dogs.
You're trying something, and I don't know what it is.
No, but look, you're petty. You can be aggressive.
I'm arrogant.
You are very arrogant. So, what are you doing subconsciously when you walk into a room to try and intimidate other men? Because you do try to do it.
I'm snarky.
Okay, so it's your snark.
I'm a wise ass.
Yeah.
I'm a snark.
Yeah, the
Okay.
first thing you do is comment on something they're wearing.
I make fun of people.
So you try and destroy their souls.
Yeah. I try to get it out there quickly.
He's gonna get you with his words, not his hands.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. And again, we're talking about this story. What got us here, a town or village meeting in Bath, 71-year-old village justice and the chief of police out there. The two had a handshake. The 71-year-old, according to police, would not release the handshake. He went to pull in the chief of police. He pulled him down, caused him to hit his shin on a chair. He had to brace himself on the other chairs to keep himself from falling off the stage. That same police chief, the victim of the handshake, placed the 71-year-old village justice under arrest. He's got a court date coming up in the very court that he presides.
Somebody else is going to be in his chair.
But that intimidating move got
Yeah.
him into trouble. But here's the problem with the snarkiness, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight for a second.
Yeah.
I have the ability, if I come in with a firm handshake or a powerful stance, or I'm going to get louder than you, to be like, oh, I'm just being me. If you come in and immediately insult another man, you are being the dick. You have fired the first shot,
yeah.
right? It's not as subtle.
True. That's true.
So it's a problem.
Well, it's a problem that nature dealt me. What am I going to do?
Okay, look,
I can put in lifts.
You know?
I get another quarter inch.
Kimmy, your husband's a big man. Do you notice the things he does to try and be I guess, how do I...
Alpha male.
I mean, yeah, but I hate that term.
But that's kind of what you're saying. You're trying to be the biggest dog
No,
in the
but
room.
anytime I hear someone say I'm an alpha male, it lets me know everything I need to know about what that guy is lacking in his life, right?
Yeah, I don't know because he doesn't ever look like he's trying too hard, and maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Oh, quiet confidence.
Yeah, I think there's a quiet confidence there. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if he is doing something specific, I've never noticed. But I think to your point, that kind of comes with being a bigger person. Maybe he doesn't feel as intimidated by a room, so he doesn't feel like he has to really project.
It could be your facial expression, too, when you walk into a room. Not that.
Well, no.
You look like you got something in your eyes.
Alpha male. Ah!
No, but if you have if you're a big guy with a very serious look on your face.
Okay.
That could do it right there without saying a goddamn word.
Okay.
I also find
Like a coach, like those coaches when
Yeah.
they're pissed off at the team.
But
How
again,
they put that coach face on. They're not even talking yet.
But like they're like that coach face doesn't even like. I know you're trying to hide. Can I tell you a quick story that I just heard?
Well,
the other
everything,
day?
all this stuff, you're trying to hide something.
Well, no, but there are some things that will just you will subconsciously put you off. Like if you're trying to act tough, I think it has the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Like, okay, do you know who Mike Keenan is?
How do I know that?
He was an aggressive dick of a head coach in the NHL.
Okay.
Do you know who Alexander Mogilny is?
No.
He played for the Buffalo
Didn't
Sabres.
yeah, he's over in, with Putin.
He
with
was the
dogs.
first defector from the USSR to play in the
Oh, yeah?
NHL
Oh,
in the
look at
90s.
that.
And they snuck him out past the Iron Curtain in the trunk of a car.
Yeah.
After he got here, they threatened to kill his family if he didn't come back, all this stuff. So Mike Keenan is doing exactly what you're describing with the Vancouver Canucks. And he's in his face and blah, 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 blah. And Mogilny, who barely spoke, looked at him and said, "Do you think you're intimidating me? They threatened to kill my family.
Right.
You look like a clown."
Oh.
So, like, I mean, if you have actual, like, scary stuff in your background, you yelling at me and making a face, that ain't going to do nothing.
Well, he
There's
picked the
also-
wrong guy.
there's also this weird thing that happens too, which I think makes both people look small. Because one doesn't want to be the first to approach the other. So there's that weird, like, tension in the room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it kind of makes both of them look like cowards.
Except the other guy's a
Even
bigger
though they're
coward.
both trying to look like the more tough person, because, well, I'm not going to say hi to him. He's got to come say hi to me first. He's going to approach me because I'm the more important person in the room.
I demand respect.
It is funny when you do watch a guy come into a room that is pissed off and wants respect in a room and doesn't get it, and he has no out plan.
Yeah.
Is priceless.
Like when they come in all blustery, like slowly come down and they just leave. It's
Yeah.
the greatest thing in the world.
It's just watching a flame slowly die.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Subtle intimidation. How do you show another man you're the man?
Oh.
Let's talk to Party Boat Mark. Hey, Mark, how you been, buddy?
Who pull up in a boat?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
Yay.
So, this sheriff, what a puss this guy is. The general thing to do when you're a man and you get pulled in with the heavy handshake is to push and then pull back.
Okay, so here's the
You
thing,
don't-
Mark.
you don't arrest the guy.
I did see the video. This guy was under no... I thought he just thought this was like a regular interaction. I got to admit,
They got broadside.
granted, the
He got
71-year-old...
pulled off balance.
Yes, when I first saw the story, too, I kind of thought the same thing you did until I saw the video, and I was like, oh, my God.
I don't get a bunch of people are watching this go down.
It's in a
Yeah.
town board
Right, so
meeting.
he's got to be cool here.
All right, so wait, explain the pull back, Mark. Explain what you mean.
When someone pulls you in like
Yeah.
aggressively,
Okay.
then you pull them in and you kind of do the push pull back.
So you're doing like a
your feet
lumberjack
up.
thing here?
And then you kiss each other on the lips.
Yeah.
Like that's how you end it, right?
I guess.
And then you say, "No, I'm tougher than you. You're not tougher than me." you don't arrest the guy, and if it goes to fist, it goes to fist.
You're getting a fist fight over a handshake,
Whatever
Mark?
happens.
I have gone to fists over a handshake.
No, you have not in real life.
I have one time, yes, that's
Mark!
a long time ago, but yeah, it happened.
What are you doing?
Worst party boat day ever.
All right, Mark, outside of the handshake, how do you think you subtly intimidate men when you need to pull that card?
I mean, I don't know. I try not to play the tough guy role. It's not. I don't know. I don't need to.
Puss.
I love guys like you too. I don't need to play a tough guy card. You know why? Because I am tough. Because you look at me and you
Lion doesn't need to go around telling people it's a lion.
That's right. I'm not from Brooklyn, but I talk like this for some reason. Mark, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. There goes Mark. Fist fight and handshake.
Yeah.
Party boat steering.
252 WCMF, one of the most aggressive men we know.
Who's that?
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
I do want to tell a story of intimidation, but this does remind me of the historical time that a shark was, it was terrorizing Amity, and Chief Brody and Hooper had to go down to see the fisherman. And the fisherman grabs his hands. He says, "What are you doing? You're not working for a living. You got steady hands, counting money all your life." Anyways, you know exactly where that handshake came from. It came from that movie. This guy said, "I'm gonna, quint this guy."
Quits this guy. That's a perfect. By the way, Kimmy is not getting any of the references at this break. Bob Dole, Mike Keenan, Alexander Mogilny, or Jaws. But go on, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
The most intimidated I've ever been in my life is the most it's a situation that you wouldn't think it was. Here I am, a young guy cooking in the kitchen, thinking I'm all big and tough. And I overhear this Lebanese woman talking about when she lived in Lebanon, that the Hezbollah people pulled her brother out of the house, interrogated him for 30 seconds, and shot him on the street.
Okay.
I have never been so scared in my entire life, and nobody was trying to intimidate me. It was one of those times where you're like, I'm nothing in this world. I'm absolutely nothing. And I kind of tucked my tail between my legs, kept my mouth shut for the rest of the day, and just went home.
Hey, how did that conversation start where she got to that?
Well, I mean,
at work.
These things happen.
Because
we had onions? Let me tell you
worked-
about onions.
Because I worked with a bunch of Lebanese people at the time, and they were sharing mutual stories.
No, you bring up a really good point, Jeremy.
Yeah, you can't one up anybody in that room.
Well, it's not even winning up. Like, like we all like to think that we're tough, and we all want to imagine that we walk in a room, people are like, wow. But like touching on the thing we kind of brought up before, so many people have these things that they don't talk about, right? And when you find out that they have a background that is actually scary, you realize there's nothing you can do to intimidate most people because today is not even close to the worst day of their lives.
So don't ask them how it's going.
Right? Yeah. I mean, probably
Exactly.
not. Yes. Jeremy.
And I was.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
One more thing.
Yeah,
I
sure.
was intimidated by my grandfather when I was a kid. He was about.
He's from Lebanon?
5'4". No, shut up, stupid. He was about 5'4",
That'd be
maybe
Lebanese.
130 pounds. These striking blue eyes and these giant, maintenance guy hands who would just kill you. And all he had to do was look at you, and you're like, all right, I'm shutting up now.
Yeah, I get it,
Anyways,
man. Jeremy?
See you, Dick.
See you, buddy. Take care. He brings up a good point. Like, we talk about size and, like, little versus big, and I asked you that question. I still do the boxing thing.
Yeah.
And my boxing coach is the same guy I've known since I was 13 when I first started boxing. His name's Dom, right? He is shorter than you.
Yeah.
5'3", 5'4". I'm not kidding. He's barrel-chested, very gentle, very quiet, very kind, very introspective. And he is the scariest man I've ever met in my life. I am so intimidated by this guy, only because I know if push came to shove, he could murder me. He never would, right? But there is something about his quiet confidence and the fact that he doesn't need to look tough that scares me.
Yeah, and he's a boxing coach,
But it's even past that. Just like the look that he has and the fact that he is – here's what it is. He's so tough, he has to act gentle.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Got to balance it out.
Yes. There's something about like an intimidating man that is soft-spoken and kind that can also be intimidating.
Quiet man.
You always got to be afraid of the quiet types.
That was John Wayne, buddy. It was an actual movie it was in called The Quiet Man. That was his demeanor.
Okay, I understand. I've seen interviews with him. That doesn't really describe
Bro, the guy
John
was
Wayne.
at D-Day and Iwo Jima. How'd you do that?
Kimmy also didn't get that joke.
On the same calendar year.
Let's take. I'm sorry. Go ahead. After you. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna touch on something really quick. Sure. That actually Mark brought up about wherever the handshake goes, it goes, whether it comes to blows or what. Could you imagine having to tell somebody like you got beat up because a handshake went too far? Like
As an
that's a
adult
story
man.
you'd have to tell somebody someday.
Grown-ass man.
If you're willing to fight over a handshake.
Well, he's too firm in his handshake, so I punched him in the face.
A man who has never intimidated anybody in his life, but has the greatest honor you can have in his career.
Wow.
And he's someone that everyone listening has known for years.
Oh, yeah. You grew up with this guy.
Yes. If not personally, you invited him into your home every single night, right? It's an honor he deserves.
Yeah, buddy.
And this is great news for you.
Is it?
Well, based on the timeline.
Because they already got one of these now.
Whoa. What are you talking about?
An Italian.
Shut up!
They don't put a lot of Italian.
Yeah, I got to keep those Italian muleys out.
So far, they got 2 Italians. This guy and Marconi. That's it.
This is good. This is good because you're 6 years away.
I got to wait 6 years? I'll be dead.
Yeah, you will. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This man deserves it.
He deserves it.
Well, he does a great job. He's very fun, friendly. Everyone likes to watch him.
Okay.
Right? So
good for him.
And this is great news for you, too.
Oh, it is.
Well,
huh?
based on the timeline, you're only like 6 years away.
Oh, really?
Hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A big congratulations to our friend, sports director at 13 Wham, legendary broadcaster, Mike Catalana.
Wow.
Yesterday,
what did he get?
He was inducted into the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
So they had a big ceremony and everything.
Yep.
Big luncheon.
Yep. Went downstate. Doug and Don went down. And it was covered by our good buddy Dan Hot Takes Chesty Fates.
Wait, so the guys aren't even there anymore. Went down.
Yeah, they went down. And Jenna Cottrell, they were there doing stories covering what happened. It was a really nice looking ceremony. And
slow news day too. You know, World Series isn't heating up yet.
Yeah.
There's Monday Night Football's over, so throw the kid a bone.
A little window.
We'll
there.
give you a Tuesday in Manhattan. That's what it really Manhattan really pops on a Tuesday.
It does when Catalana's there.
Tuesday in New York.
He did give a speech. So 37 years on 13. 37 years on 13 Wham. It was a great honor. And he did say in his speech yesterday, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be on the air every night, despite all of the calls from their viewers to get him the hell off. That last part, okay.
So he's been there 37 years.
37 years. And we can actually use this to figure out when a great honor is coming for a friend of ours, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Tommy, you've been on the air on WCMF for 31
You've
years.
been in the
now.
game a long time.
Yeah. They call him the Mike Catalana of that chair. Based on Mike's timeline, you only have 6 more years until you're inducted in the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
So what is the criteria for getting into the Hall of Fame?
Can we Google that?
What do you have to hit?
I don't think you have to be nominated. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, someone's got to nominate you, and that should be fine. Yeah, no, I mean, look, you've made so many friends in this business that someone will every break we've had this morning, you've told a story of someone you used to work with here who sucked and hated you.
Not really.
Every single break.
So I'm never getting in.
Well, no, I mean, if 37 years get you in, you're 6 years away.
Yeah, but my contract's not that long.
No. Seems like it's pretty
wide open.
Pretty wide open. So a nominee must have worked for a broadcast entity to be considered.
Check.
Okay.
Candidates are judged to have made a significant contribution to the broadcast industry in New York State.
I've been sued 3 times.
Okay. And he says he holds up 2 fingers. Does he have to know math?
No, apparently you don't.
In doing so, they are judged to have distinguished themselves from their New York peers.
I mean, there's no one else like Tommy. That's 3.
Okay.
Why would you not get in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You can make an argument.
So, does it bother you? And I'm asking seriously.
What?
Does it bother you that everyone else around you has gotten multiple major awards and you've gotten none?
No. Let him have it.
No.
Suck-ups.
Because, if we go down the list.
Ass mops.
Wheeze is decorated. What Hall of Fame is he not in? He's in the Hall of Fame of Hall of Fames. That's how many Hall of Fames he's in.
Is he in the New York State broadcast?
Yes, he's been. He actually has been in that for about 10 years.
No kidding.
Yeah. So we went to the Hall of Fame induction here in Rochester for Kano. That was very nice.
Yep.
Spazano, Tony Infantino, Sandy Waters,
They're all
Terry
in?
Clifford. I mean, I don't know if they're in this Hall of Fame, but they all reside in some kind of Hall of Fame.
Some of these guys are in their college.
Yep. Hall of Fame.
Yeah, because doesn't Fisher has one?
Fisher's
right?
got one. Brockport's got one. I would assume Naz has one.
I'm
right?
sure Syracuse.
So if you go down the list, right? Wheeze, Kano, Spazano, Tony Infantino, Sandy Waters, Terry Clifford, your contemporaries, right? All of them have these major honors.
Yeah.
And then there's you. Does that get to you at all?
Well, I would think because of my body of foulness and my ability not to be able to read or write should get me in.
Okay.
Would they induct a functional illiterate to the broadcasting Hall of Fame?
You don't have to pass a test or anything to get in.
No, but
they wouldn't even know.
They would.
They're not
going to
look at your high school grades. They're like, well,
But they would.
Bro,
no, I don't think so.
Wheeze is in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's try that again. Here's what I love about this. And again, congrats. We're talking about Mike Catalana, 13 Wham. Inducted into the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame yesterday. Big congratulations to him. You tend to do this thing.
What's that?
And you're doing it right now, subtly.
What's that?
My foul language, my foul, you like to you use that as
I'm Sicilian. I
that's
don't like
the barrier
Sicilian.
keeping you out, not the fact that you suck at your job. If I was more clean, I'd absolutely be
totally,
man. All the contributions I've made to the broadcasting community. Shut up.
So I'm never getting in.
Okay, because bro, you do like to play. If you listen to this, of course you're not getting in. Stupid. None of us are getting in. What are you, out of your mind? Well,
Kimmy could get in.
For what?
I think I got quite a ways to go.
Well, I mean, you'd have to put in your time, like myself.
I love Kimmy. What is Kimmy getting into the Hall of Fame for?
She's good at her job.
Producing filth.
Yeah.
Well, I heard filth is the one barrier that keeps you out.
Oh, but you are Sicilian. You're screwed.
Oh, for God's sakes, with this anti-Italian. What are you
Bro,
talking
it's so
about?
anti-Italian.
The guy's name is Marconi. They named the award for
You got two.
The award for best radio personality annually is named the Marconi Award.
They hung him in World War II.
For God's sakes,
no,
man.
it was Mussolini.
For God's sakes. So it doesn't bother you?
Only when you bring it up.
You can't tell me you don't think about this when you
I
see
don't.
Mikey get his award last night.
I did kind of laugh a little bit.
Okay. No,
Because I also know what a wise ass he is. Like he's trying to play all nice with his fancy suit and he's playing all polite. But I also know I've seen him jerking around on his bicycle through Pittsburgh, running his mouth.
Why would that disqualify
I
you
know
from being
what he
a
does
Hall
in
of
his
Famer?
free time.
He's
Because
good
I know
at
he's
his
a
job.
wise ass.
But he's good at it. You could be a wise ass.
He's very good at his job.
They're probably
13 nails sports.
There are probably a lot of dicks that get these types of awards.
Only dicks
Yes.
in broadcasting get these awards.
Yeah, there's only dicks in broadcast.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
name me like a quality human being outside of Terry Clifford and Scott, Antonio Fatino, and Sandy.
Other than that's all you got.
You could campaign for yourself.
No, that's the weakest thing you can
But
do.
you want
I wonder
it.
how many people nominate themselves, though.
Oh, there's a few. We know a few.
But see, that's what's so funny is you obviously want
Signed
it.
anonymous.
You obviously want it. And that's fine. If you think you deserve it, you should go get it. I just find it weird. You draw this line of, I feel disrespected. I want this honor, yet I won't say it out loud. What is the deal?
Because you look like a jerk.
But you
Yeah,
want
but we
it.
know that you have an outfit saved in your closet for when something like this happens.
And they're going to end up burying you in it. Going into the Hall of Fame is 6 feet under. Why, if you can admit you want it, is it strange to campaign for yourself?
Because you don't deserve it.
Says who?
If you have to ask, you don't deserve.
We're in the middle of election season. Every single politician is walking around asking people to vote for
And
them.
none of them deserve it, Pat. That's different, man.
How so?
That's how politics works. You have to get out and campaign. But just campaign for yourself, and it's just an award. You're not looking to get a job there. You're not looking to make a difference. You're basically going, hey, I got to do this thing I loved for 37 years that I'd probably do for free.
Okay.
Please give me an award on top of that.
But you were good at it.
But you don't deserve it.
The best advocate is yourself. Write that down. Well, you can't because you're functionally illiterate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kimmy. What were we going to say?
Can you write
No,
that
I
down?
was just I was wondering if, do you get a spot on a wall somewhere? Do you get a plaque? Do you get a statue of your head?
They
How does
write
this
your
work?
name and marker on the walls of Penn Station.
So, no, we talked about this
Yeah, I
because
couldn't
there isn't
remember,
really a Hall of Fame like football. I think there really doesn't exist anywhere.
Can you go walk around and
I don't think so. I think
look
it's
at
in cyber world.
We've now reached the final point of Tommy No Awards grieving.
There's no Cooperstown for douchebags.
He starts with making fun of the person who gets it. He then says it doesn't really matter. He then admits that he actually wants it. He then pretends that he'd get it if it wasn't so foul. And then he wraps it up with insulting the actual place.
It doesn't exist.
Okay, it does exist because I saw Mikey get the award
No, you
yesterday.
saw a banquet. So if I wanted to go down to New York City, take my wife, honey, put on your fancy dress.
Sure.
Come off that mountain because we are going down to the Broadcaster Hall of Fame.
I remember now. The Hall of Fame is located at Syracuse University.
There you go.
So it's like a wall.
I don't know what it looks
So he
like.
can go and look at his plaque.
Okay.
And by the way, you're asking if you can go.
And by the way,
You specifically? No, they're not going to let
you
you.
probably have to pay to get into the building, go see
probably.
your own plaque.
At Syracuse?
Yeah.
Why?
You can just walk into Syracuse
I
and
bet you
poking
they
around.
charge some type of fee to go
They
look
whack
around.
you. I hear $20 a park.
No, getting in the Hall
And
of
you're
Fame.
you're a mile away.
I wouldn't want the upkeep. Don't even get me started about the water department.
I gotta walk past 17 Bayheim statues to see his goofy ass face on a plaque.
You're such a bitter old man. You were such a bitter man.
Hey, what's that Seabag plaque?
I mean, look, I don't know how to nominate people, but there are plenty of folks listening that if
You
can
could nominate me.
I'm not nominating your ass. Why would I
All
nominate
those
you?
all those drinks I bought you
You didn't. They were comped. You knew the
on
bartender.
my dime.
On your what? Your no dime?
On my legend.
Look, if somebody thinks you deserve it, they listening now can nominate you. But I ain't doing it. I want to uphold the standard of the broadcast.
So you two have to come down with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go.
Of course.
Oh, I'll go.
Of course we're going with you.
Sucks. All right, let's take a break. Bills take on the Seahawks on Sunday, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But there was a story yesterday that started political that got very interesting.
About the Seahawks?
Well, no, about the Bills. Although the Seahawks are kind of involved in a weird way on the back end.
Damn.
The governor, Kathy Hochul.
Yeah, what's she doing?
She was downstate talking about economic stuff. And the question of the new stadium and why the state is paying so much money for this new stadium came up. And she claimed she had no choice because Buffalo, Western New York, wasn't the only city fighting for the Bills.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story could be absolutely true.
Oh.
In fact, it almost certainly is true.
What happened?
American cities want to be major league because of what it does for cachet.
Oh.
But if you're going to share this, I kind of want some more details. Because as much of a lot of us don't like the money being spent, the argument on the other side is paying to keep a sports franchise is worth it. As long as we know what we're up against. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, I know that is confusing. I will explain everything. Because yesterday, Governor Kathy Hochul.
What'd she say?
She was at a summit in New York City.
Ooh, big summit.
It was an economic thing. And at some point, while sitting down and doing an interview in front of a room full of people, the person asking questions brought up the money the state is spending on the new Bill Stadium set to open in about 22 months.
Billions of dollars.
No, $650 million.
Close to $500 million.
Over $500 million. How are you so bad at this?
600, close to $1 billion.
No, okay. $650 million in public funding is going into the stadium. And there are a lot of people who do not like that.
Yeah.
It became almost a defense of what the decision she made. She said that the state and Western New York were up against, and I quote, outside interests. She then went on to say, specifically, other places were ready to poach the Bills away.
Yeah, but they're owned by the Pagulas.
That's what I was wondering.
Put
Could
a pin
that
in
happen?
that. Put a pin in that.
And the Pagulas own this team way before this stadium was built.
No, this is true. This is true.
So how does this all work?
I'm going to read you a quote.
I'm confused. But
Quote from Kathy Hochul.
what did she say?
Other states were looking to recruit them. I know this for a fact. It is a small market. There are states and cities that were luring them. I had to close the deal because this is part of the identity of most of upstate New York. Then when someone argued that it would be the Pagula family and other owners of the team that would see the most profit, she responded, quote, I've made sure they are a Buffalo Bills team, not one of the 5 other cities I was in competition with.
Okay.
The idea being the other cities were coming to the Pagulas with
To lure them away.
You got it.
With
Offers for
big cash.
stadiums and cash and all of this stuff. So, Kathy Hochul says yesterday there were 5 other cities
that don't have an NFL team, obviously.
yes, that made a play for the Bills. And here's what's weird. This is where the conversation on the stadium pretty much ends yesterday. She doesn't say which cities were trying to lure them away. So you can't really follow up her claim, right? So it's easy to go BS. But on the other hand, it's almost certainly the truth.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could think of cities, I mean, you follow this closer to anybody in the room, of cities that are NFL stars that would love to have a team.
Or had a team that no longer have a team.
St. Louis.
Yeah,
So let's break
that
the-
was the first one that came
St.
to my
Louis.
mind.
Well, so it's funny you bring that up. That might be the least likely of all of them.
Right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What cities wanted the Bills? And what cities would the Pagulas, who are a local family, be willing to uproot the Bills to go to? Because
I figure they'll take the best deal. If they're considering leaving, they're going to take the most cash. They don't care where they go.
any other owner, I would agree with you. But I do want to think in my heart of hearts that if they were going to move this team, and I don't think it's out of the question. Well, now it is with the lease and everything. But, like, it would have to be something so unique, it would be worth the blowback they would take personally for what they did. So you guys brought up St. Louis possibly.
Yeah.
They lost the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They lost the Rams. And for those who don't know, Stan Kroenke, who owns the Rams, wanted a new stadium in St. Louis. They fought him. They finally agreed to give him one. Turns out he didn't want a new stadium. He just wanted to move to L.A. because he paid for that stadium in L.A. with his own money.
Right.
They sued Stan Kroenke, the city, and the NFL, and they won.
Oh.
I don't think after that the NFL would want to put another team
Deal
in
with
that
St. Louis.
city. I don't think so.
Well, then I'm thinking of teams like cities like Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Right.
But that would give you 2 teams in the state of Tennessee.
Oh, true.
Right?
What about, I mean, I'm thinking of like a rapidly growing city that could be a sports city for sure, and that would be
Skinny
Austin,
Atlas.
Texas.
Austin, Texas?
Well, how many teams is going to be in Texas?
That's the other problem, is Austin Cowboys country.
I don't know.
So there's
I
another
think
big.
Austin's the University of Texas country. I don't know if they have a specific, Texas team that they root for in pro football.
So I remember when the World Football League was the original one. Birmingham was their biggest franchise.
So Birmingham has been trying to find a franchise for years and years and years.
Right.
There is no NFL franchise in Alabama. In fact, Is there a professional sports, Big Four sports franchise in Alabama?
I don't think so.
No.
It's just the University of Alabama.
It's all college.
You got it.
Yeah.
And Birmingham always does really well when they put minor league football teams in there. I think they were the best-selling group for the whatever the XFL was this year. So that is an option. But you guys are thinking small potatoes, man. What are you doing? Be smart. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The number one city in America they would be going to?
That's football starved.
Yeah. Salt Lake City.
Oh.
They have the NBA right now.
Yeah.
They just got the NHL, and they
Oh,
sold.
they have. Wait, there's NHL.
The Arizona Coyotes moved to Utah this year.
Kind of no man's land when it comes to football.
But is that a big city?
But they have a ton of money. They have a ton of money.
Where are they getting their money from? That lake?
Yeah, they take all the salt out of it, sell it to you.
Big money in salt.
We do that shaker. It's coming from Salt Lake. Bro, there's not an NFL team even in the region.
Not going to make much on booze in the stadium.
You say that. They set a record for alcohol sold in the state the first night of that NHL game.
Well, that's because it probably was so small before then.
But again, you guys are thinking small potatoes. There's one city that always comes up, and you know they would be in on it, and it actually would fit perfectly.
It's a big city.
Yes.
Because you got to have a big city to pull this off.
Understood.
For the support.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, yesterday, Governor Kathy Hochul, in an economic conference, said that she had to give the money to the Bills for this new stadium because there were 5 other cities that were trying to lure the Bills away. Toronto, man.
I wasn't thinking
that's
at a
that's always
country.
on the list.
Well, you should. So it's always on the list. There's always businessmen from Toronto sniffing around. Right now, the Blue Jays, the baseball team, need a new stadium. So it wouldn't be out of the
Or are they
question.
going to get rid of that Sky Dome?
It's almost 40 years old.
But it's like part of their skyline now.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's
It's in all their logos,
Yep.
everything they do. That thing is prominent.
It's become a major issue. But no,
it's their Eiffel Tower.
But they're going to need a new. I would say the CN Tower would be their Eiffel Tower.
No, that's their Eiffel Tower. Nobody cares about that little stick thing.
It stands out.
There's going to be a new stadium in Toronto in the next 10 years. And you're either going to you could offer a multi-use stadium for both football and hockey, or you could do 2 stadiums right next to each other.
Like Kansas City.
You got it. And, I mean, you could also put the CFL team in there and the soccer team. It would make perfect sense. It would all work. But, again, I don't think any of the cities we named is where they would end up going. Because I said, my argument would be, if Pagula's going to leave his backyard.
Where's he going?
It's got to be for a big move. London was on that list.
Oh.
I bet you $1 million.
But they could do their own thing. They don't need the Pagulas. I mean, they got a lot of rich guys over there that could buy into this league.
So here's what you're not thinking about.
What?
For this to work, for the NFL to have a European division, you need 4 teams.
All
right. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be one of them.
Right.
You can have 2 expansion franchises and get up to 34 NFL teams. You need 1 more established NFL franchise that is ready to move their operations. The next team that is ready to jump from their city will be in Europe, along with Jacksonville, and 2 more. Right? So you're going to have 2 teams in London, 1 team in Germany, and then either Spain or Scotland, whatever city pops up. I'm telling you, man.
Spain big on football?
I would bet you, so they're going to start playing games there. I would bet you.
Food's so spicy.
All of the money in my bank account that if this 5-city story is real, one of those European cities was on that list.
Spanish beers.
And I'll go even further. Save the tape. Within the next 10 years, there will be a 4-team division with 2 expansion teams in Europe in the NFL. There's too much money.
So it's going to be football all day, then. It's going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you don't think that's what the NFL wants? Man.
It's too much.
Haven't we had this discussion though? Like everybody's like within 10 years, and then 10 years goes by. Within 10 years, it's gonna happen.
Every year they keep adding European cities.
What about Mexico City?
I don't think
they love it too, man. They draw 100,000 people.
Yeah, but the tickets don't cost what they cost in America. You get what I'm saying? I don't think there's enough money to support the franchise.
Oh. I mean, there's a lot of money in Mexico.
I understand, but you got to sell 9 games a year.
You get the cartel over here. You got the business guys over there.
It also comes down to advertising.
Yeah.
Right?
There's every game they're trying to sell me that Mexican beer. From the guy that paints the cars. He's very good.
Can I ask you a question? You're the wrong guy to ask.
Oh, am I the wrong guy?
Well, you're not a diehard fan. You admit it. You're a casual fan. See the way you do your hands. It's very casual.
I'm doing you.
Oh, he's actually doing you. Okay.
Okay.
Kimmy, you've been a diehard Bills fan your whole life.
Yeah.
If the Bills left for London,
are
you still a Bills fan?
I don't know. It kind of feels like the connection's gone now. You know, I mean, it's not my team anymore.
Especially if they're not good.
It would be hard to jump to another franchise. To your point,
Well,
like
where
I
would we
don't know
go?
who I would support at that point. So maybe I would still be a Bills fan, but it wouldn't be the same.
So you go back to being like what it was before the Bills. You'd be Giants, you'd be Steelers, you'd be Browns.
Yeah, one
It'd
of
be
those three.
weird. It'd be a weird.
Because you're not going to root for the Bills. Go over a season. They're a 500 team at best.
I don't care if they win a Super Bowl, they leave. I'm not cheering for them.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't do
bailing.
it, right? But it would be weird to all of a sudden have to love another team.
Yeah,
I
and
couldn't
like, how
have
do I choose? You know what I mean? I have no connection to any other. Maybe at the time, maybe I'd pick a player that I want to root for, a quarterback that I really like. So that's my new team. But I don't know. It would be hard to totally separate yourself from the Bills.
Where does the passion come from, right? There's that built-in passion of loving this since we were kids. Like, I always wonder, like, folks from St. Louis, folks from other cities.
Do they still wear their Rams stuff?
But, like, how do you watch football? Do you watch football? Do you hate the NFL so much that you shut it out?
Yeah, because they stiffed you.
Yeah. And, like, the thing that sucks the most, too, it's such a Bills thing. Like, now we don't have to worry about this, again, because the lease, they're not going anywhere, right? Great. Awesome. But, like, the closest team in proximity, which would, I guess, be our new hometown team, would be Cleveland. And, of course, with all the heartache that Bills fans have taken, now we got to take on the Browns. Yeah. Now we got to be Browns
Well,
fans?
you could take the Steelers.
Yeah, it's too far away.
Well, they win more.
No, it's the same, probably the same distance.
It's 4.5. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, probably equally.
Easier route, though. Right down the 90. Bang, you're there.
Both affordable compared to the Giants.
Yeah, who wants to be a Giants
Would you
fan?
still feel the same connection to the Bills if they just went over the border?
No, I'm out. You leave.
Really? I feel like that
Could you go
would
to the
still
games?
feel somewhat close.
No, I'm out.
Okay.
You walk in, I'm out. Because you're not going to be the Toronto Bills. You're going to change the name of the franchise. You're going to do a rebranding. And look, you still left for greener pastures. I want no part of that.
All right.
Again, we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
But like going back to the actual story with Kathy Hochul defending her decision, right?
Yeah.
We don't normally really defend politicians on this show. And you know personally where I stand about giving money to billionaires who own sports franchises, right? Not a big fan.
You don't spend any money on their crap.
No, I will spend my money so you don't have to spend your tax money. That's my argument. I give you enough money. You make enough money. You shouldn't need everyone else's money.
So you're doing it for us.
Yes, you're
welcome.
Thank you. But the governor is in a very tough spot in this situation because if she gives them the money, which she did, she has people very upset when that money is needed in other places. But if she stands her ground and says no, and this team does pick up and leave, she forever goes down in history as the person who lost the Bills.
Yep.
And I know there are people that think that's not possible and you should play hardball, but we'll wrap this story up with this.
What's that?
It already happened.
To who?
The Bills.
What do you mean?
When Ralph Wilson was looking for his new stadium, the one that they play in now, he opened up negotiations with other cities because the state and the county played hardball with him. And Seattle, who didn't have the Seahawks yet, it was 1971, flew him out. And they gave him a proposal, and they showed him a model of
they did the whole wine and dine.
Dome Stadium.
Damn. So that was the Kingdom.
On top of that.
What eventually became the Kingdom. They offered him the stadium and said, this would be yours. And Ralph Wilson agreed to the deal. The deal was done. If you don't believe me, you can Google it. There are.
So how did it go sour?
He came back. He made his announcement. He got together with New York and Erie County. Something happened in the last minute.
Oh, yeah, you know what happened.
Yes. Well, he got his stadium.
Here comes the money truck.
Look, and that's just it. The stadium the Bills play in now was state-of-the-art in 1973, 74 when they opened it up. I mean, but you can go read the articles about how the Bills were leaving for Seattle. It happened already. So, like, I mean, it all comes down to, is the money that we're going to spend on this stadium, in your opinion, worth keeping the franchise around? Because it is necessary, and I hate it, but...
Provides a lot of jobs.
I mean, there's studies...
8 times a year.
There are studies that show that the economic impact of a sports franchise in a city creates tens of millions of dollars in revenue. There are those studies that show it has the same effect as a Walmart.
Yeah.
But I don't know which one's true.
Walmart ain't getting you on television, son, every Sunday.
Walmart ain't getting you on television is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Speaking of big money, I mean, look, we're talking hundreds of millions
so
of
your
dollars.
heads.
Right. It's
Too much.
As we talk about the state and regulations, we know that you can't sell marijuana without a license.
Yeah.
Not happening
You
anymore.
Deputy dog gonna crack your ass.
Yep, and the state warned you over and over and over again, stop these places. And some of them said, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
We found out yesterday what they're going to do about it. Did you see this story?
I did see the number.
Holy crap.
They ain't messing.
There is a dude in Canandaigua.
He ain't got it.
I don't know, man. Start shaking out your couch cushions.
He ain't got it. Nobody's got it.
Is it over the top?
It sends a message.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The state is not messing around.
Ooh, they crack it down?
Look, it's hard to argue. The rollout of legal marijuana in the state wasn't bungled. They messed it up. But now they have their rules, and New York is enforcing them.
Good.
Something one place in our area just found out in devastating fashion.
It's impossible.
And if this doesn't get shops to stop selling without a license, what the hell will? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You know who could use an extra $5,000?
$5,000.
Well, you could.
Yeah.
Winning is easy. Download the free Odyssey app. You log in. You listen to CMF for a minimum of an hour each day. But that's easy, man.
No, sure.
You listen to our voices, all of a sudden, 4 hours flew by.
Get sucked in.
That is your daily entry. One winner nationally will win $5,000 every single day. Download the Odyssey app, and good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. J-Dega 7.0 is a business on Main Street in Canandaigua.
Okay.
J-Dega 7.0. Back in September of 2022, the state says they were made aware this business was selling marijuana without a license.
All right.
According to the state, the timeline of events that followed was the owner of the business was sent a notice to stop operating. The state then asked for records of their operations, finances.
Transactions.
Yeah, you got it. Story on News 8 says that the business did not do what the state asked, and on top of that, continued to sell marijuana without a license.
Ain't gonna do it.
Eventually, a court order shut them down, and they had some legal issues to deal with. Yesterday, we found out the full extent of those issues.
So what's the whack?
The owner of J-Dega 7.0 has been fined $9.5 million for selling marijuana without a license and ignoring the notices to stop.
All right.
The state says that the business recorded $2.4 million in sales revenue from June of 2022 to October of 2023, with a little over $1 million in profit. So they have to give up that $1 million.
Yeah.
Plus $8.4 million in additional penalties.
Okay, all right.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
You are toast.
So here's the thing. No word as of now on what the business can do, if anything, to try and bring that number down, if they can go to court to try and say
negotiate that number down a little bit.
Whatever it is. But no matter what happens, one thing is for sure, the state is not messing around.
You're drained.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is a $9.5 million fine for ignoring the state telling you to stop selling marijuana without a license, too steep of a penalty.
So I wonder, like, if let's say I'm a little guy somewhere and I'm still selling.
Yeah.
Well, I'll never have that money.
Yeah.
So do I care?
Oh, so you're saying it's too much to deter people.
To scare me. Like, if you could actually give me money where I'd have to cough it up, because this person does not have $9 million worth of assets to sell to cover the cost, right?
Yeah.
So what if I'm just a little operation going, you know what, man? I got a bait and tackle shop up front, and I sell weed out the back, and I make I'm like a little mom and pop joint out in the country.
Tackle shop, and I sell weed out the back.
Yeah. They got a little country business.
It's such a stupid country song. Dad has sold worms and lures. I sold bongs out the back door window. USA, try that in a small town.
But you're not going to scare that guy because he'll never have it.
I mean, it's an interesting point.
Like, it's too big to scare me.
It's an interesting point. I do wonder what happens if this place does not have the $9.5 million.
They don't.
But if they don't, what's the next step? Do they lock them up?
I guess they put liens on their property, but still, you don't get it. So,
okay. But it would ruin your life.
Oh, you're done.
So,
I mean, you'll never get a license for anything in the state of New York, probably, right?
Well, you mean to sell marijuana?
To do anything?
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, look, if the number is so high that you can't pay it, but it still ruins your life by like taking everything that they can take from you, right? We're watching that happen with a former politician as we speak,
right? I guess it could devastate you that way.
I mean, you don't want to I would think you wouldn't want to lock them up because the reason that you decriminalized marijuana was to prevent locking people up who were selling marijuana.
Yeah.
But then again, this is also a very unique situation. Kimmy, is $9.5 million too severe?
Well, I mean, based on like other calls we've gotten, and I guess these are all the calls we got.
Wait a minute,
this are all over the place.
Hold on.
But
what about callers from the break room to discuss legalized marijuana with no law background would make you question what they had to say?
But the thing of it was, and one thing that we did kind of get a feel for was how much money some of these businesses were making and that was a reason why a lot of them chose not to shut down.
I mean, in this story, it says they made $1 million in profit in a year,
In a
little
calendar
over a
year,
year.
So I guess, like, to hit somebody with a hefty fine, well, maybe it is a justified amount, just because it's not like they were going broke doing this. You know, I don't know. It seems like a lot though, and it seems like money you'll never get back. So maybe it isn't worth it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this business, J-Dega 7.0. It's in Canandaigua. We've talked about them a couple of years ago. They were one of the first businesses to get popped for selling without a license. The state yesterday fined them $9.5 million after the state says when they found out they were selling without a license, they told them to stop operating. They asked for all of their financials. Not only did the shop, according to the state, not do that, they continued to operate without a license. Again, they made about $1 million, according to the state, in a calendar year. That gets taken away, plus an additional $8.4 million in fines. We know it's been a weird journey.
Yeah.
Because, like, the state legalizes pot, but then you couldn't legally buy it or
You
grow
could
it
open
when
it
they
up.
did.
Well, and I don't think you
work.
I'm just talking as a person.
Yeah.
You could have the 3 ounces, but any way you acquired it, technically you were breaking the law. So they essentially looked the other way while these unlicensed businesses sold stuff while they got the ducks in a row for the license places. Those places made a lot of money without any regulation. And everything was cool and balanced in like this weird outlaw way.
Yeah.
Right? But after the licensed businesses showed up, the state did warn them. And they gave them a chance to stop.
They knew what they were doing. I mean, this isn't like, what?
I would think the bigger...
No, I mean, you didn't think that it was going to be that high of a
just a bait and tackle show.
It is amazing.
So pot out the back, fireworks, 4th of July.
It is amazing because the fine would be scary, right? As if you're somebody that's getting threatened with these fines. I think the bigger threat and what I would have thought would make people stop is the fact that you're never going to be able to sell legally if you continue to do this. Like, that's where I would have thought people
You'll never
would
get a license.
shut up.
Oh, and shut up. Everyone shut up.
Shut down and just wait it out until the potential to actually open officially, because you killed that dream right up front.
I do wonder how the folks in Canandaigua feel about this. Because, like, we know it's a town of haves and have-nots.
Right.
Well, isn't it? But it's also a place where they're not going to have legal places.
I don't remember.
I'm almost positive. Well,
But they opted out?
You want to Google just to make sure?
I'm pretty sure Canandaigua had opted out
If
of
anyone's going to know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But then again, memory, I hear, can go when you start doing that on a regular basis. So we'll have her. She'll Google. All right. But studies have shown more affluent areas have higher rates of people that do not like the idea of legal marijuana. So in a town of haves and have-nots like Canandaigua, so they did opt out. Okay. Are there more people with money who look down their nose at something like this?
Yeah, they pushed it out.
Or are there more working class people that would make the argument, I just need a place to buy marijuana and I can't do it in this town?
Yeah, but working people don't get the same voice as a rich guy.
Yeah, man, tell them.
Rich man pulls the strings.
Attica!
You know what I'm saying?
No, look, I agree with you, right?
I don't want that in my town.
If you pulled 10 people off the street, just walking down the street in Main Street in Canandaigua, how would they feel about this place facing a fine? How would they feel about the state
obviously
shutting it down?
they bought a lot of pot.
Well, yeah, but you
The
open
guy
up.
made $1 million in profit.
And that's, I guess, what we know about.
Yeah, good call.
Right.
You know?
So, I mean, they want their pot.
And again, just to be fair, these are all according to the state. These are accusations, right?
And, lake people love to burn.
Man.
They love to party.
Yeah, it is weird in like a vacation type town.
It's a resort town.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also the reason why you wouldn't want it, right? I don't want this high-end money coming to our town, and then there's 15
It's like you're really missing out.
pot shops.
No, but you also got all the people in the hospitality business that like to party after work.
Look, I am with you. I'm trying to put my rich people tourism town brain on, and some.
Yeah, you don't want to be branded as Dope Central.
Yeah, exactly. Some guy comes up from Rhinebeck, New York,
Oh,
and
they
they're like,
coming
you know
up.
what? It used to be a good town, but every time I look, every other store is selling the devil's lettuce, left-handed cigarettes. Past this $9.5 million fine, there isn't really an excuse for these other places to continue to operate, at least not good enough to avoid what this place is now dealing with. Because what is even more alarming,
What's that?
this isn't the only high-profile case of the state shutting down an operation. This business had one location. There was one that I remember that we talked about. A businessman who owned multiple shops in multiple communities east of us, going all the way to Syracuse. And that was the story we talked about where the state shut him down. They literally went in and raided the place, and he walked past the police
right. He walked
tape.
in, yeah.
He was trying to lock him out, right? Or lock him in.
Something like that. Did he have 5 or 6 locations?
Man, he must have been cleaning up.
Okay, but here's the thing. If one location pulls a $9.5 million fine, what the hell is that guy looking at?
Yeah.
$100 million.
I also wonder how
you could
hard
buy the
it is.
Sabres.
I wonder how hard it is for the state to get an actual number or an actual solid just amount to go on because it was all.
What do you mean by that?
Not above board.
Like trying to figure out how much money these places
like
made?
how much they made, how much they sold. Like it may be really hard to tell. Like they may have an idea, but I wonder how hard it is to actually track.
So your argument is that maybe this place was actually making this money and that's why they want it?
Well, maybe not that amount, but they may have made more than they think.
I disagree. I think that, I mean, look, I agree with you that maybe they were making more than $1 million, but I think this number, like Tommy said, is intimidation. You want to scare the hell out of people that are still holding out and selling and being like, look, it ain't worth it, man. And, I mean, there are still folks listening right now who buy their stuff from those places without licenses, right? But it's not like there aren't legal places in Monroe County to get it now. Henrietta has 3 open dispensaries. There are 2 more that are on the way, all of them on Jefferson Road.
With all the snacks.
And like other towns are preparing for their license places to open. Didn't we have a story in Victor? The first dispensary in Victor was going to open up a couple weeks ago. So like, I mean,
there's places.
The options are there. So like, there literally isn't an excuse anymore. And we've been yelling at you, man. Get out of the game. Get out. It ain't worth it. And this story is proof positive. It ain't worth it. $9.5 million.
I know, but look, the guy made $1 million in profit a year in a little store.
Yeah, and now
that's so alluring.
And now he owes $8.4 million out his pocket, brah.
I know.
His pocket, straight out the pocket.
But if you could make $1 million under the T,
what are you not?
Yeah, but let's say you made
intoxicating.
Let's say over the last 5 years you made $5 million. You
under the
still
T.
are going to owe almost $4 million extra, right?
But it's got to be tough to break away. Like when you see that money coming in, it's got to be tough. I mean, people get greedy, and you always think, I'm not going to be the one that's going to get popped.
Okay, see my hands? I'm going to do a little thing because maybe I know you're functionally illiterate. We talked about it this morning. Okay, my left hand is the money coming in.
Where's that finger?
Okay, so this is fingers $1 million. All right, if you're watching the live stream, you're welcome. So
is that the finger you touched my mother with?
Yeah, that's why it's a little bent and crooked and green. So here's the $1 million you're coming in. Ready?
Mother's has an infected vagina.
All right, so $1 million coming from over here. It's going in your pocket. Look. See this?
Yeah.
This is 9. This is $9 million. Now
I know, but
it's going. No, look at it go. Look where it's going. Going back this way. Not in your pocket. Look at all the fingers.
I know.
Look at
but
my
why
fingers.
do drug dealers sell drugs where they can get killed and they can get incarcerated or they can get killed by other drug dealers? It's the cash, man, and they don't think they're going to be the ones that get popped.
I mean, yes, you're right. But you're exposed completely. A drug dealer selling on a corner, nobody's talking about that guy unless he's moving hundreds of pounds of marijuana. This is a storefront where people were walking in. Anyone could walk in at any time, and you're shot.
And he was also getting away with it.
But he wasn't, because the state knew.
No, but he was. Like, he wasn't getting... Yes, they knew about it, but they still weren't getting to him.
All right.
I'm greedy.
Yeah, and you're dumb.
I know. That's what it takes to make it in this world. Greedy and dumb.
Well, you do have civic duties to do.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, don't break the law. That's a civic duty. Right. Jury duty's a civic duty.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to, like, celebrity athletes, all these kinds of people, you assume that they live different lives than we do. And most of the time they do.
Yeah.
Except when it comes to stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because there was an NFL player that missed practice yesterday.
Oh, really?
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. NFL players, they are just like us.
Oh, yeah?
Not really, no. They make a whole bunch of money and they get a whole bunch of benefits. And look, whatever.
Yeah.
We love them for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out there are still very specific areas where stuff like this will happen.
Uh-oh.
Because, there are people in Dallas-Fort Worth yesterday who showed up at this very boring place and were like, oh, my God.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Bills take on the Seahawks on Sunday. The injury report for the Bills, vast.
Wait, banged up again?
Yeah, Terrell Bernard, linebacker. We don't know if he's going to play.
Man?
Dawson Knox, he didn't practice yesterday.
What's his problem?
But if you head over to Dallas,
Yeah, what's going on there?
their starting kicker was on the injury report yesterday.
Oh, poor guy.
Not good. He missed practice,
All right.
but not because of an injury.
Whatever.
Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey missed practice because he had jury duty.
Oh. You don't hear that very often.
It says on the injury report,
Yeah.
DNP did not practice / jury duty.
But didn't he get selected? I thought it
So
was
he's
selected for
I
a
thought he
jury.
got selected because they didn't know how long it was going to go. That was part of the story, unless they were just
What?
talking
So he
about
got
this case.
picked.
Yes, I thought he actually got picked.
I'm not sure. How
Let me
does that
check.
work?
Yeah.
How do you,
Well, you can play on a weekend. I mean, you play on Sunday.
unless you end up on a jury that has to get sequestered?
Yeah, he was selected to a 12-person jury
Oh
for
my
a felony
God.
assault case.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but you can still be sequestered. Nobody talks to those guys anyway. They're always up by themselves practicing.
So does that mean he can't go to practice until
I
his
would
trial
imagine,
is over?
right?
Well, he can go at night, right?
No,
he can work out at night.
Practice. I mean, yes, I guess.
I
if
mean, he
there's-
doesn't work out with a team like this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one guy that could probably pull this off. It's this dude.
I guess you're right, but even those guys still go for treatment and
I
stuff.
thought it was going to be Dak or somebody.
No, but it is weird how an NFL player is allowed to go for jury duty.
Right.
I would think you get eliminated pretty quickly.
In
just-
season, yeah.
Just based on you're kind of a distraction.
Because you could
Thank
kick
you.
it off.
You
You could push it back, saying
Yeah.
for reasons where you could do it after the season.
So here's the thing: you can only do that once. At least in New York State rules, where the next one is mandatory whenever it
Yeah.
comes up. So maybe he got it during season a couple of years ago and then couldn't get out of it. But here's the thing: to Kimmy's point, right? This is worse. This is a net negative, not a net positive. Because yes, it's funny and cool that they're all doing their civic duty that we hate to do, right? But even a guy like Brandon Aubrey, who nobody really cares about as a kicker, he's in Dallas. People know who he is.
Cowboy.
Oh, yeah.
And when he walks in that room of 150
Yeah.
potential jurors, any focus is gone.
Yeah,
about
if
them
you're sitting next
Cowboys?
to him on the jury, I'm like, what are you thinking over there? What do you think? I don't know.
Should you be practiced right now?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I was like, who should I bet on?
What's Jerry Jones like?
There's no way this goes off without a hitch. And the fact that you put him on a jury is even
Yeah,
more
it is
insane.
wild.
How about he's on an assault case? If you're a Cowboys fan and the jury comes back guilty,
Yeah.
do you cheer against Brandon Aubrey for the rest of his career?
Oh. Yeah, probably.
Who's your favorite Buffalo Bill right now, Tommy?
Oh, it'd have to be Josh Allen.
All right, so let's say you get arrested, right? And Josh Allen's on the jury.
Okay.
And it comes back unanimous guilty. Do you hold it against Josh
Oh,
Allen?
hell yeah, man.
Okay.
I watch your stupid games.
I watch your stupid games.
By the way, it's Dallas.
Yeah.
He could be actually sitting on a jury with a former player, watching that guy getting fried.
Nate Newton, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the whole thing is bizarre
Yeah.
backwards. And it's weird that we've never heard a story like this
Yeah,
before.
it is true.
Right? Because, as an American, you would have to serve jury
Mm-hmm.
duty.
But to your point, I would just assume those guys, even if they do get picked, they're out after day one.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey missed practice yesterday with jury duty. Kimmy has confirmed that he has been sat on a jury for an assault case. Would you rather be a kicker at NFL practice or sit on a jury for an assault case? Because kicking at NFL practice, and we've seen it with our own eyes, looks pretty damn boring.
Yeah, at least you're outside. You're doing something. Because those
Stretching.
assault cases could get pretty boring too.
Okay.
When they start getting bogged down in a lot of legal crap.
Bring me the good assault case.
Right.
I want the quality,
Get to the
uncut
hitting.
assault case. And
All I say is, give me the hits.
what do you...
It's an assault case.
I got it.
Somebody getting hit.
So, does it say anything about him having to potentially miss the game on
Yeah,
Sunday?
because I thought
Oh.
he could potentially miss only because they don't know how long it's going to go on for.
Why can't he play Sunday?
Let's see.
I wonder if there's a contingency plan for this. Like in the NFL, if you're allowed to sign a player that doesn't count against your
Oh,
roster,
yeah.
right? Because this
Rare
is his
occasion, right.
Yeah.
It says the Cowboys tried to get him exempt from serving, but he insisted on doing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So he
interesting
could have
turn.
won. Well, he's a good civic man.
Okay, but also, all right, let's talk about that.
The judge has stated he will work around Aubrey's and the Cowboys' football schedule.
Okay, there's a lot happening right here.
Good to be in Texas.
Let's back it up.
Yeah.
So let's start with the fact that he could have gotten out of it and said no. You respect him for doing his American civic duty, right?
I mean, yeah, that's a guy.
You also say that guys, athletes who miss games for the birth of their children are sissies who should go to work.
Yeah.
So you can miss a game for jury duty.
That's right.
But you can't miss a game for the birth
All
of your
that
child.
kid's going to be around forever, and you ain't going to be happy all the time with that child.
Okay.
That child will disappoint.
2, the fact that he was chosen for the jury, but they're altering the case.
This is insane.
How is
It's Texas,
how is
man.
No, but that's what I mean.
Cowboys first, Jesus second, everybody else third.
Just don't put him on the jury if you have to
Yeah, I
move
know.
it around for the game.
I think things work a little different in the South.
Okay. And also, you can't tell me that a Dallas Cowboy, even being the kicker, on a jury wouldn't influence people in the room.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree with everything he says.
Exactly.
Now I want your autograph.
Why would I don't know why the jury would be speaking.
What?
Huh?
The other people in the jury?
Oh, he's not a law. I'm just saying.
Because, everybody's a fan in that room.
Yeah, you
That's
would
what I'm
think so.
saying.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
you're just going to go with whatever he thinks. So you think he's
Yeah.
guilty or not guilty? Okay, we're all going not guilty.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Um,
What's the matter?
Well, like there are things that you don't know until you find out. Things that you think are weird until you find out other people do them. Because this is a woman thing. This is a female
What
thing.
are they doing? It's weird.
It's my wife. It's my wife.
Oh, it's a good thing.
No.
She's one of the good ones.
No, because I'm watching Tommy in this story try and do the dance of I don't like this, but it's your wife is going to be brilliant. Because I got ready for work the other day, and I found something in my puffy vest pocket.
In your jacket.
My jacket pocket that did not belong to me.
And it was a lady thing?
Yep. My wife is treating this like it's no big deal at all. And I
Right.
can't, for the life of me, figure out how this thing that belongs to my wife ended up in my jacket pocket. And
Really?
further, how this would be a totally standard thing
Yeah.
that women would have in their husbands, boyfriends' pockets.
Really?
I'll tell you the story.
All right.
I'll tell you the story. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Relationships will throw you curveballs.
Oh, yeah, tough.
There are the big things like finances, kids, sickness, but even the tiny things that you never see coming will cause major issues if you don't handle it the right way.
What happened?
Something I found in my pocket that my wife left there has all kinds of potential for a massive issue, like 15 different ways.
Oh.
And I'm going to be honest. I don't know if this is something only my wife does or if this is something that women do all the time that nobody talks about.
It got in your jacket.
In my pocket. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. If you want to watch the show,
watch us talk.
You can log on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. It's the Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Watch a man get uncomfortable when he wants to criticize his co-host's wife, but can't because he's scared of her. All of that brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Scared of my wife.
Oh.
All right. My wife's at work, so I can tell this story now. I'm leaving for work the other day.
Yeah.
And, I'm a big puffy vest guy.
Yeah. You like your puffiness.
Yep. So I throw on that puffy vest right there.
All right.
Okay.
And I go to put my phone in the pocket.
What's there?
Yep. Well, that moment I didn't notice. I'm in the car, and I go to take my phone out of my pocket to put it on my console, and I feel something else. It's like a piece of cloth.
Oh, all right.
I pull it out, and I discover a pair of my wife's panties.
What?
In my pocket.
How did it get in your...
It's a great
How did
question.
her panties get in your pocket?
I got panties in my pocket, and I don't know how. Okay. Fire on the mountain, run, boy, run. So my wife steals all my vests, my hoodies, etc. when she wants to be warmer. So that must be how it got
Oh,
there.
so she wore your vest.
She has worn my vest. She wears this vest all the time. Okay, but
how'd them panties get in that pocket?
one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
I don't know.
Oh, were you scared? Oh, he's sorry! And I got a great song, but his pants was panties, so I don't want to talk about it because I'm a scared ass
Panties in my pocket, but you never touched my rocket.
See, I knew you could do
How
it.
did it happen?
By the way, hold on one sec. Hey, honey, Tommy says you never touched my rocket. But it's 2:45 in the morning. I'm holding my wife's panties, driving down West Henrietta Road, trying
Hands
to figure
wet on
out.
the wheel.
Panty
Panty love.
So, like, at first, I pull them out, and I giggled. I'm like, why am I holding
Yeah.
my wife's
Yeah.
panties? And then immediately, panic set in. Like, first off, thank God I found them in that moment. How uncomfortable.
Could you imagine, like, going into your pocket to get something and that falls
Man, what if
out
you got
in
pulled
front
over
of
by a
us?
Oh, I'm not even talking about cop. If I'm in this room
Yes,
and I
yes,
reach in my pocket and I pull out a pair of my wife's panties in
You're
front of you.
immediately going to act guilty just because you're so confused.
I wouldn't know what to think.
What, you wouldn't want to, it would bother you that I was holding my wife's panties?
No, but
Well,
I'm
you-
not sure they're your wife's
Yes,
panties.
yes.
Oh.
I don't know
That's-
that. All of a sudden, that would be so
It would be
disturbing.
weird, yeah.
My mind would not go, those are your wife's panties.
So it's funny you bring that up. So I put them on my passenger seat in the car, but then that exact thought hit my head. I
Right.
freaked out thinking my wife would think these were another woman's panties because my wife has 1,000 pairs of underwear.
Right.
They just look like standard undies any woman would have had.
But she would have to. She would have to remember she put them there.
Yes, I know, and that's what I mean. Like
Right.
if I put those on my
Right.
front seat or they fall down and I forget they're there, she gets in my car, finds these panties. I go, no, they're yours. I didn't take my panties off in your car. Now we got a situation, right? So I put them back in the inner pocket with a zipper to
So
bring
you
them
stuff
home.
them back in the exact same pocket.
Well, I put them in the inner pocket zipper pocket so they didn't fall out because I also didn't want to walk around and have a pair of panties fall in
You
my
got to
pocket.
secure them panties.
So that night, she gets home from work and I ask her what the hell happens. And my wife is always on the move. And she has to do changing in the middle of the day. She's a dermatologist, for those who don't know. So she'll have to go from like scrubs to professional wear, then to like warm stuff to meet me at the rink for a hockey game or like stuff to work out in the gym.
But she has to get out of her undergarments and everything.
I guess. So that's what she explained to me. She goes, yeah, I must have been changing, taken the panties, put them in your pocket, and then just forgot they were there. I'm
Right.
sorry.
All right.
And I was looking at her strange because exactly what you said. I was like, this is, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird. She's like, no, this happens all the time. Happens all the time. I leave underwear in all kinds of pockets.
Okay.
And I was like, that's strange. And she started like getting like frustrated with me. No, it's a common thing. Like women, you don't understand. Like you know, guys, you can just like take your pants off. No, but okay, I'm sorry. All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ladies, do you keep track of all of your panties at all times? Or is my wife the only lady with rogue panties turning up in strange
Panties in all places.
Because panties are expensive.
Yeah, these did look like
Some of
expensive
them
panties.
are.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it ain't cheap.
They were all lacy.
Oh, you pay for that lace.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, all that extra labor.
He is so uncomfortable right now because he's got 1,000 jokes, but he doesn't want to talk about
I
my
know,
wife's
'cause it's
panties.
your wife.
You bitch-ass bitch. I demand you talk about my wife's panties. Kimmy?
Yeah.
She don't know about panties.
What? Okay.
She knows about britches.
Have you ever left your panties/britches in places you forgot about?
I guess the only time I would even be changing in like a weird place is if I had to change, like I had to go somewhere else after this where I'm changing, but I wouldn't even be changing my underwear.
Yeah, unless you
So
know,
it's-
dropped ass.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
So
like,
what, you think my wife dropped ass
No.
and that's why she had to wait, no, hold on one second. Let me get
The
on my
only
phone.
time-
Hey, honey,
okay.
Tommy wants to know if you dropped ass. And that's
You
what-
can't drop
Well-
ass through lace.
I will.
One of the worst Don
I know.
Henley songs of all time. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
If you're going to the gym, maybe like you'd leave them in
Gym
a
panties?
bag or your car or something where I could see, like, yeah, maybe you'd have a change of clothes. It's
Hold
kind
on,
of
I gotta
everywhere.
put on my shooter panties.
Well,
Play some hoop down to Y.
well, no, you wouldn't wear underwear with leggings and a lot of workout stuff.
So you go without panties when you work out?
Depending on like what kind of stuff you work
you can
out
see the
in,
panty
most
liners.
most
so
of
do
it you're
those
not wearing
leggings
underwear
have
with.
cotton panel?
Oh my God! Now I'm uncomfortable.
Are you interested in that answer?
Well,
Because
we're
I could
having a
explain it to you.
conversation.
Yes, I
Nice.
mean it's like almost got like built-in underwear in a way. Like
But it's got a
built.
panel
It's
for your
built to
vagina.
have like you. So you're not supposed to wear underwear with it.
I'm just saying, you gotta have something down there because you're gonna sweat.
Yeah.
Something's gotta catch it.
Or you just got swamp crotch. I mean, I don't know. I
And like some
get
like
swamp
running
crotch,
shorts. Running shorts will have like the built-in kind
The
of
liner,
underwear. Yeah, liner.
Yeah. Okay.
That stuff's gotta be rank as hell.
So
boy.
yeah, I guess
Oh, I'm
maybe
sorry,
there
what?
would be a.
I said that stuff's gotta be rank as hell if you ain't
Well,
wearing
you
no
wash
panties.
it
Hold on.
after you.
I
No, what I'm saying,
I
man.
gotta make another
How
text.
I mean, how gross do you think?
Her cotton panty panel smell like a cocker spaniel. I am loaded up today. What else you got? Come on, kid.
But I guess that's how you could
I'm doing my
easily
greatest hits.
leave underwear in weird places,
All right.
like
Okay.
a side pocket, like a side pocket of your bag or
Okay.
something. You know,
All
and
right,
you
so
forgot
that-
you put it there.
So that's how her panties ended
Yeah,
up in
that
my
would make
puffy vest
sense.
pocket. Okay.
This is all new to me.
Look, you and me both. I was stunned. I'm holding my wife's panties at 2:30 in the morning, driving
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah, you don't do that though, because like I'm thinking my husband, like he makes like multiple wardrobe changes a day, and his laundry and his clothes are everywhere.
But you ever find like rogue underwear in a weird area?
He leaves it all over the living room. Like,
no, but
dirty?
outside of the house or
in his truck. I'm sure he has changes of clothes in his truck.
Would you be alarmed if you found a
but
pair
that
of your...
thing's got to be bigger than a Trump flag. Make America sweat again.
Would you be alarmed if you found a dirty pair of your husband's
Oh
underwear
my
on
God,
the floor
man.
of his truck? Would that alarm you?
No, I'm telling you, it happens. Like he leaves his
Wait.
stuff everywhere.
Soiled ass britches.
Okay, between rogue pairs of underwear and chapstick, which seems to be unlimited to this kid.
Okay. Kid, it's her husband. This
Like
kid.
my husband and his friends, is this a dude thing too? Like you keep chapstick in like every pocket. Like even his buddy left chapstick at our house, and I go, "Oh, you
What
left
the
it."
hell were
I
they
go,
doing?
I said, it's weird. I keep finding my husband's dirty underwear all over and his buddy and his
Hey, you want to swap
No,
britches?
it
Yeah, I
was-
need some chapstick.
It was in our couch, and I go, "Oh, you left your."
Sit on the couch, swap
I
them.
go, "You left your chapstick in the couch." He goes, "Oh no, that's Mike's chapstick." I go, "You know the difference in chapsticks? Chapstick in the dryer. There's chapstick everywhere.
I will say that I
It's
do have...
unlimited amounts of chapstick.
I've got 3 different types of
Yes.
chapstick in my laptop.
I don't
bag
think
right
he's
now.
ever actually finished
Chapstick
a
on the couch,
chapstick.
run, boy, run. Bridges sting like a rising sun.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I'm driving to work the other day. I got my puffy vest on. I go into my pocket as I'm driving at 2:45 in the morning, and I pulled out a pair of my wife's panties. I'm on West Henry Road, driving down the street, trying to figure out why my wife's panties are in my pocket. And after I slow down and think this through, I put them back in my pocket so my wife doesn't think I have another pair of women's panties in my car. I ask her when she gets home from work, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm changing all the time. Scrubs to business wear to gym stuff into warm stuff to go meet you at the rink, and I must have put them in your vest pocket because she'll wear my vests and sweatshirts all the time and forgot they were there." And I was like, kind of like, "That's weird." And she was like, "No." And that's the end of that argument.
Yeah.
My wife does this with a lot of clothes. Like,
wear some of your clothes?
Well, not just wearing, but just abandoning them in strange places.
Oh.
And this has to be a woman thing. And gentlemen, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If she steals one of my hoodies, which she does all the time, and it is the biggest issue in our marriage, if it gets warm and the hoodie comes off, right, that will live in my car for weeks.
You just tossed in there?
Yeah, she just throws it in my back seat, and it will be there forever. She just leaves it there. Or even worse, if she steals like a hoodie of mine, and she always takes my favorite ones. She always takes the most comfortable favorite hoodies. She'll wear it, and I'll go like 1 or 2 weeks where I can't find one of my favorite hoodies, and I don't know where it is. And then I'll ask her, where is it? Where is it? I don't know. I'll open up her car. 3 of my favorite hoodies are in the backseat of the car. She's just like taking stuff off and chucking it everywhere like she's a power forward checking into a Nets game.
Right. So, does your wife, she wears perfume, right? So
Yes.
do they smell like her perfume for like weeks afterwards?
Yes, because she like wears like, she likes traditional perfume, as she puts it.
Yes, like the Chanel.
No. Why you making it?
No, I was waiting for Tommy to say something.
Well, it's either Chanel or Dior.
No. It's like. So there's this new thing.
He wants to say old lady perfumes,
I did not
but
say
he's
that.
not
I did not say
saying
that.
it.
I did not say that. There's this new thing, and Kimmy, I know you're a part of this, where there are these like tiny companies, right, that make these like unique scented perfumes, like the way they used to do it.
Well, and it's supposed to be healthier, not
With
healthier,
with
but
that
with
little
less
squirty thing?
chemicals.
She has some squirty things. We're talking about the perfume, right?
Maybe.
Okay. But yeah, it smells like it's like pale gray lake. All over my boxing hoodie. This is great. This is going to smell great when I show up and see all the guys in the gym. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to James. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Good. Am I too late for a Panty story?
Go nuts, buddy.
Well, I got a package from my girlfriend who moved from Florida, and we kind of broke up, but she sent me a package one day, and I'm opening the mail. I'm on the couch, and she sent me a pair of leopard skin panties of hers. And somebody was at the door, so I just jammed them down in the couch.
Okay.
2 years later, my wife finds them.
Mm-hmm.
I get home from work, and she's got the panties, and I told her the story, and she says, I take the cushions off the couch every 6 months and clean. They were never there.
By the
So
way,
I
I think your girlfriend had the same deal with her panties. She takes them off every 6 months.
Jeez.
So wait, James.
So he's got Florida panties
James.
and his New York couch.
James, look, man, I want to believe you're here. There is no way the story, like either you're going to tell me your
I
wife.
feel like maybe we're missing some details.
She moved the couch every 6 months. Somehow didn't find the panties in the couch.
Well, let's go back a little bit.
Okay.
He broke up with this woman.
Yes.
She moves to Florida.
Yeah.
She decides she's going to send a pair of her panties
Damn right.
to him
Leopard skin.
to lure him
Leopard
back
print.
Is that what happened, James? She was trying to get you back with some leopard skin
with
panties?
some soul panties.
I don't know.
All right. No, actually.
I already had another girlfriend, so I don't know if she's trying to get me back or not.
I
but
got another
got them.
batch of panties cooking up in the kitchen right now, man.
So, James, what happened with your wife?
Didn't talk to me for a couple of weeks, and finally it just passed.
That passed?
Wow.
She found rogue panties, and that
Yeah,
passed?
she doesn't care anymore.
What? I was innocent.
Okay, James.
No, James was innocent.
You think so? Kimmy, thanks. Or, I'm sorry, James, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'm going through the scenario in my head.
All right.
If my wife found her own panties in my car and didn't recognize them as her panties, because that is a possibility with the amount of underwear that she has.
And a lot of them all look the same.
How that would have played out.
Is this going to get complicated with your daughters eventually?
All right.
Because I would think at some point a dad of daughters, you have to deal with the fact that like all underwear looks the same.
I don't go near the female laundry in my house.
What about laundry?
So we all do our own laundry.
Wait, the kids too?
Really?
Well, I mean, my wife will do the kids' laundry.
Okay.
Right?
So you don't touch the girls?
I don't know. I'm not going near any intimate stuff because I have heard horror stories from other dads.
About what?
I'm telling you. I mean, they're probably going to shop at the same place as your wife shops, so all the underwear is going to look the same.
So I had a buddy of mine he was doing laundry and he found a pair of panties that he thought we were his wife's. And he went to her and like, ooh, when'd you get these?
Oh,
and
no.
she's like, those aren't mine. They were his 16-year-old
Oh.
daughters. That's what I mean. I ain't going near none dat son.
Yeah.
By the way, all right, can I ask a question that's going to sound pervy, but I'm sincerely
Sure.
asking?
No. Yeah.
Kimmy, how do you wash your panties?
In the laundry machine?
Okay. So
How by the river?
What do you mean? Do you think I hand wash them?
Now the water's ruined. What are you going to say?
Do you think I hand wash
My
them?
wife hand washes some panties.
Does she really?
Yeah.
Because those are expensive ones.
Well, I don't know. I'm convinced. I love my wife. I love my wife.
You do have to be careful with, like, to your point, like lace and stuff like that in the dryer. That can ruin it. But I think you could put them all in the laundry machine.
Okay. Well, I mean, do we trust my wife more or do we trust Kimmy more with panty care?
Your delicates.
Well, like, because she'll like
Yeah,
sometimes.
there's a delicate cycle on the wash.
No, I
It's
understand.
got the little vagina picture on the dial. There.
Wait, your face is on my dryer? That little vagina over there, Tommy Muley. No, because like my wife will also like we have like our little laundry room off the side, right, walking into the garage, and she'll like hang her panties to dry, but then like she'll forget they're there, so we'll have people coming over, and it hasn't happened yet where anyone's, but I gotta like
Shut the door.
yeah, or pull them all down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would it be weird? Would you be freaked out if you saw my wife's panties hanging when you walked into the door?
Yeah.
Like
I said something I'm prepared for when I'm coming over your house.
Would you say something?
No, of course not.
So you just quietly stare at my wife's panties?
No, I just
That's
run
what you
by
just
the
said.
room.
That's what you just said.
Well, I saw them. I wasn't looking for them.
Well, you saw.
Hey, where's that panty room?
How do you see without looking?
I see, but I don't see.
Well, really?
And I wasn't prepared to see.
Talking awfully fast, so you perf. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, I'm driving to work the other day, 2:45 in the morning, reach into my vest pocket, my puffy vest pocket, pull out a pair of my wife's panties. And didn't know how they got there. Was very confused. Panicked because I thought my wife would think if I left them in the car, they were someone else's panties. Went home, confronted her with said panties, held them up like this, too.
Delicately.
How did these get here?
All right, like that. All right.
And she's like, I'm always changing. I had your vest on, da-da-da-da, panties in the pocket full of sunshine.
Yeah.
Lisa writes, I keep panties, socks, hats, and a coat in my husband's car. I have them just in case I need them when we're out. I also have them there just in case of the small chance another woman is in the car, so she sees I've marked my territory.
That's weird.
Yeah.
But you need all that in your husband's
That's a
car for
lot
what?
to keep in a car.
Like, what do you expect is going to happen when you go out with your husband where you're going to need
Well, better change
that
your
much
socks.
Yeah, underwear. Man, that's one hell of a blowout. Got down to your ankles.
I guess, like, if you, I don't know, like, could it be, like, pouring outside, your socks get wet?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It
Sure.
doesn't hurt that. I keep an extra coat in my car and an
A
extra
coat,
hoodie in my car.
yes.
I don't keep extra undergarments in my car.
Neither do I. I've never
No.
done that. But I do find it funny. She keeps it in there to mark her territory?
It means like she thinks her husband's cheating on her.
Do all
or
women-
he just comes in with so many hot
And
women.
there's no guarantee that that's going to stop anything from happening
No.
because that woman may know
Yeah.
already.
No,
I
I know
don't
what
know.
you're saying. I love Kimmy. She's so confident. I wouldn't have to do something like that. 'Cause
No,
I'm so
I just
hot.
don't-
I'll wash my panties in the river.
I just don't think it would prevent what you think it's going to prevent.
No, I agree with you there. Do other women keep panties, extra panties, just in case?
I
the
guess
men's
there
car.
are people that keep, like, they're just people that keep a lot in their car in general. So it would make sense that you keep, like, an extra pair of everything in there at all times.
All right, maybe
Shoes, whatever.
Maybe this one's a little more reasonable. Jessica writes us on Facebook. Jessica.
Yeah.
I always keep an extra pair of panties in my purse. Once they fell out at Tops, I didn't realize it, and a man tapped me on the shoulder and handed
Oops.
back my panties. I was so embarrassed.
Wait, she
Yeah,
keeps a spare in her purse for what?
Is that a common thing, Kimmy? Spare pair of panties?
That
I
sounds-
don't think so,
sounds
but
kinda
I
skanky to me, though.
I can also
No, not wearing
understand.
panties would be good.
No, I'm saying like, you had a little action at lunch. You got.
Oh, so you're saying like
No, I
panties
was
showing
gonna
up in weird
say-
places is skanky?
No, I'm saying.
Because
in
I
your-
found my wife's panties in my
No,
puffy
but
vest
she's
pocket.
got a bullpen of panties in her purse.
Give me the lefty.
It could also be in case like
That's
you get your
what
period
hurts.
unexpectedly, something like that.
You did what?
If you get your period unexpectedly.
Did you hear him? But the
I know,
you were
like,
like a
that's why I
60s
feel like
cartoon.
So you would keep a pair of
That's why I
period
feel like I have
panties.
to whisper it. What?
So
What?
you'd have a pair of period panties in your purse.
No, well, yeah, in case like
Right,
you know
I'm
something
saying.
happens and you're like, oh crap, like I gotta go home, and then you
All right.
don't have to go home and change.
Well,
But
look
this would be some raggedy panties.
Well, I don't know.
no, it could just be a regular pair. Of
But you
underwear.
you ain't throwing nice panties over your period. You got a Japanese flag going on over there.
Did you just say you ain't throwing nice panties over your period? It's one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
It'd be like seeing like a crime scene. You don't throw the good sheets over the guy.
I do have an honest question because you're talking about like. Oh, sorry. I'll let it breathe. I'll let it breathe.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Like them panties, you gotta let them breathe.
I do have a question because you're talking about like women like being embarrassed by like their underwear falling out of their purse, whatever, or seeing it in the laundry room. But don't you think like guys would be more judgy of underwear than, or like more afraid of their underwear being seen than women? Because like, what if you find out like a buddy's like a whitey tighties kind of guy?
Yeah, that would be embarrassed. Well,
because I feel like guys are very picky about what type of underwear they wear.
If you are a whitey tighty guy, I would be self-conscious about that.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're a whitey tighty guy, you may not know what a psychopath you look like.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I will say this.
What's that?
You learn lessons throughout life.
Oh, sure.
Right? So like when I was a kid, our house was not a home. It was the opposite of Luther Vandross.
Okay.
This house is not a home.
All right. Yeah.
There's a hole in the roof. My white socks keep turning brown even when they're clean walking around in them. So like every time I would wear white socks, they would become like brown on the bottom.
Right.
Okay.
Because the floors were rough.
Exactly. So I only wear black socks because I was really self-conscious as a kid.
Because you're shooting a porn in the 70s?
Dirty sock kid.
Yes. I hated being dirty sock kid. It was like the trashiest thing ever.
Yeah.
I also remember, like, you get a skid mark everyone. My parents made me wear whitey tighties.
Yeah.
You would get the skid
They
marks.
show up the skids.
Okay, so I only wear dark underwear just in case now. So, like, because of that, I am not self-conscious at all. Like, nothing's going to show up on my socks or underwear because it's all black.
Okay, all right, that's good.
I also feel like some guys are really bad at replacing their underwear. Like you guys will wear those things until there are holes.
Oh yeah.
And then past that until like the holes now become a problem.
Yeah,
like,
no, I do that. Yeah.
Okay.
The underwear I'm wearing right now has a hole in the pee thing.
The pee thing?
Just buy new underwear.
No, because I like these ones. No, so I got the front.
so
The pant where you like pull open the
Yeah,
door.
yeah,
the
yeah.
front door got caught in my zipper. So
so you ripped it?
Yeah, so there's still fabric there, but there's a hole in the front. But I like the really comfortable boxers or boxer briefs.
Let him go.
Yeah.
Won't do it. I won't let you go. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Talking panties. Bill's on CMF. Hey, Billy boy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, this is going somewhere. What's up, Bill?
Yeah.
So, I keep a pair of boxers in my glove box in my car all the time.
Okay.
Because one time I sharted and I'm driving around and had to go to a Target to replace it.
I don't think that's a bad policy. I'm sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
So the good thing, my wife was borrowing my car one time, got pulled over. She opened up the glove box to get the registration out, and the boxers fell out, and the cop laughed so hard, he let her go.
Hey, there you go. It all worked out. No, I mean, I think that Bill, now that Bill says that, that's maybe that's something.
Guys that crap themselves?
Well, no. Just,
accidentally?
Just period.
Yeah.
Not having a period, like as in doing it. You've been on a road trip where like you're afraid you're going to pee your pants. Having that extra pair of boxers and maybe like a pair of sweatpants in the car.
I never did, though.
It's not the worst idea. Bill, you sharted, but
Help
you
me
still...
out.
You sharted, but you still kept the pants you were wearing on, though. You can't tell me there wasn't some leakage through those boxer
you know
shorts.
there was.
Yeah, possibly, but it was better than going commando.
Okay, good call. Bill, thanks for the call, buddy.
Doing the brown dash in Walmart.
Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we gonna bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater at you, and there is a new record for the most expensive baseball ever sold. Did you see this story?
I can't. Well, I guess it makes sense.
Did you see how much?
I did not see.
Okay. The Yankees take on the Dodgers, and one man on one of those squads. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Buckle up. Next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, boy, somebody plunked down a whole bunch of money for some baseball history.
So, real whoppa.
It's the most ever spent.
For a ball?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that high.
And, like, here's the thing, man. There's no guarantee that this is the greatest thing he ever does.
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or prepare them for all of the things his wife's got to say next time she sees him, because I've been texting her all about what she said about her panties.
It's your story.
Well, okay, you didn't have to comment on the panties, you perv.
What was I going to say?
Creep-ass, perv-ass bitch. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I got a panty story, but I'm going to rub it in Tommy's face.
Oh, hold on.
The story.
Hold on.
Not
Tommy
the panties.
said something
the
about
story,
rubbing panties.
not the panties in my face. It make me feel bad because you're a panty-rubbing little bitch.
We take all
I
your
stand behind that statement.
Take all your bitch voices, run it back, call Bitch Voice Theater, happens next, or now, here on CMF. Panties.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
My ass got to sit there for 4 hours and eat your crap-ass bird, your open-door bird.
Can't be metal and it can't be a quote outside chair because I demand fancy even though nobody wants me at Thanksgiving. And one time I got arrested going to a listener's Thanksgiving because I was scared asshole Thanksgiving bitch.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I grew up so poor we had to shove all our meatballs in our mouth at one time because my brother would steal them away from me, and so was my daddy because I was just a meatball shoving little bitch.
I have these shoes that I love to work out in. Why? What? No,
I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to fly, but I'm going to be a good boy, even though my long legs are cramping so much because I have powerful thighs. But right now they hurt me in my little air seat because I'm just a sissy little fly boy.
You'll never understand how hard it is to live with powerful thighs.
Oh, my name's Tommy. My birthday sucked because all I got were boats and slot cars because I'm a spoiled little Pittsburgh living bitch.
I also got a lot of G.I. Joe. For that goddamn shopping
Oh, that's
cart.
it. That's all you got to say.
That's all I got.
Because I say things about my coworker thinking she'll never get back, which I will because I know that her husband checks into the show sometimes. And then I say my wife tried to make it better, but now I can't insult my wife because I'm a scared ass bitch ass little bitch. Bitch ass bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to travel the whole country, be well-rounded, but I'm sitting in a closet with Tommy Muley running his stupid mouth all day because I'm just a unrounded little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
There is a new record for the most expensive baseball ever sold.
Wow.
So the Yankees will be taking on the Dodgers. Opening night is tomorrow in Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles. And for those who don't follow baseball, the Dodgers are being led by a man named Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani may go down as the greatest baseball player ever. He pitches, he hits, he steals bases.
He's a big dude.
Yeah. Everything you can do, he does. And he does
looks like he's having fun, too.
Yes, yeah. This year, he had the first ever 50-50 season. He had 50 home runs, and he stole 50 bases. It's never happened before in Major League Baseball history. And the ball that marked his 50th home run was auctioned off earlier this week. Do you want to guess what the ball went for?
Well, he's Japanese.
What does that have to do with the money?
Because Japanese businessmen love to collect American memorabilia.
Oh, my God.
Especially if it's been touched by the homeland. So I'm going to say a Japanese businessman spent $2 million.
$2 million. Kimmy, have you seen the story?
I've not actually, no.
Do you want to take a shot?
It's just, is it a suite? Like how much? Is it like one ticket?
What? The baseball.
Oh, the baseball. Sorry, I was reading something.
Well, you know your show's doing really well when 1/3 of the room isn't listening to it. I'm just going to tell you.
We average about 2/3 of the room listening at all times.
Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball went for $4.39 million. So it broke the previous record of $3 million. You want to guess which ball that was?
What were the Pete Rose's like? No, it wouldn't be.
It had to be
Pete Rose.
something recent, right?
Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball,
Oh.
1998.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So, by the way, Barry Bonds broke that record. His ball did not go above Mark McGwire's price, both of them on steroids.
Well,
by the way.
yeah.
But it's
Tainted
just funny.
a little bit, yeah.
It's just funny. Like, Mark McGwire will pay for it, not Barry Bonds. He broke the rules. So, it's hard to imagine that record will ever be broken, although I'm going to sound really stupid probably in 2 years when that record gets broken. But the reason they talk about it going so high, first of all, Shohei Ohtani is beloved by everybody.
Yes.
He is everyone's All-American. Well, all Japanese American. It's the first ever, but it's also not easily replicated. Like, we kind of knew the home run record would get broken again after Mark McGwire did it. It was just a matter of time. What Shohei Ohtani did this year may be impossible even for him because he's going to go back to pitching. He didn't pitch this year, so he may not be able to hit 50 and 50 because he'll be pitching.
Yeah.
But most importantly, the sports collectible market right now is out of control.
Why? Like, why right now?
I don't know. It's been since COVID, and it's like dipped and raised and dipped and raised, but people are spending stupid money. Stupid money on everything that is game used, game touched.
So they say who bought it?
We do not have record. A guy named Chuck, Japanese businessman Chuck.
Wait, Chuck Yamamoto?
Chuck Yamamoto. No, I don't have any information about the purchaser.
Because I got it. So I saw this thing. This guy is so huge in Japan that 80% of the 80% of the Japanese tourists that come to this country go to a Dodger game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
80% of the tourists.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That country is 125 million people.
I mean, if we're going to talk sociological now, right, cultural.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we know that American influence weighs big in certain countries.
Well, Japanese love their baseball.
Exactly, right? So the fact that not only is he homegrown, but he may go down as the best baseball player that ever lived, it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
It's insane.
And here's the thing, man. I love watching this guy. He's making me watch full baseball games.
I've only seen the highlights.
Bro, I'm telling you. So Fox knows, or TBS, whoever's broadcasting the games, they know what a draw he is. And you noticed it during NFL football a couple weeks ago when the Dodgers were playing during NFL games. A graphic would show up to let you know how far away Ohtani was from being at the plate.
Oh, really?
And when you watch...
Was he going for the record
No,
at that
no, no.
point?
This was just in the playoffs. This was just to watch his at-bat.
Jeez.
And, bro, I am sitting through entire games. The games have been great. But I will admit, I'm sitting through entire games just to see Ohtani at the plate 4 to 5 times. And it's worth it every single time.
All right, I'm watching.
Like, he's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
He's a big dude. He plays baseball like we've never seen before. And he's charming, even though he doesn't really speak the language.
Yeah.
Like, he's unspoken charming.
Yeah, which is hard to pull off in a lot of ways.
It's awesome. And
I think that baseball had a couple things going for it too, especially in the playoffs. Because if you watched any of the I think it was the Padres games, they kind of became like the villains of baseball for a little while. Like they were chirping at the crowd. They were just doing everything that baseball traditionalists hate about new players and things like that. I was like, that's going to be a team that's also going to help grow baseball if they continue down that path of like just being jerks.
But I think you also bring up another reason why Shohei is so beloved. Again, we're talking about the record set for the most expensive baseball ever sold. The 50th home run ball from Shohei Ohtani's 50 home run, 50 stolen base season this year just was sold for $4.39 million. The most important thing to baseball nerds.
What's that?
Play the game the right way.
Yeah.
The guy plays the game the right way.
All right.
He's humble. He keeps his head down. He's not someone who's going to try and show somebody else up. He gets along with everybody else on the field.
So where did he play it in the Japanese leagues?
Yes.
And then came over. So he's not technically a rookie or anything.
No. Well, I mean, he's
still young,
his
though.
first. He's been in the league for like 6 years.
Oh, he has
5-6 years. Yeah, he played with the Angels for multiple years.
That's what sucks sometimes about some of the biggest stars in baseball is you don't really get to see them play all that much just because a lot of the times they do end up on either teams that aren't good or teams on the West Coast where you're probably not tuning in super late to watch those games.
Not to mention the team he was on, the Angels, were terrible, which is insane for the year for multiple years.
Yeah.
They had Shohei Ohtani,
Mike Trout,
two of the best, arguably best
Mike
baseball
Trout really
players.
missed out.
Yeah, and they didn't even make the playoffs. It was insane.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for tomorrow night. This is the first time.
Exciting.
It's the first time in a long time where I am like pumped about the World Series.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an inning. That's all I can do, man.
I'm telling you, man, once you see that kid at the plate, you're going to keep watching.
But if he doesn't do
Close
it every
games.
time, I'm out.
Oh, my God.
He's not going to do it every time.
You make the Hall of Fame. You're the greatest player of all time doing it 4 out of 10.
You would have loved those Padres games.
Yeah, he really would.
Oh, because the guys are dicks. It's like I love to watch the Phoenix Open on golf because they're such jerks.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room. On WCMF. gonna be a Rapperoo.
Patio Thursday Rapperoo.
For Thursday here on CMF. Before we get into tomorrow, we got your chance at $5,000.
$1,000
every single day. Are you choking?
Almost.
Okay.
I ate some apple too fast.
You can fall into 5K a day. It's easy to win. You download the free Odyssey app. Listen to WCMF for an hour every day. That is your daily entry. And one winner in this national contest every day will walk away with $5,000.
I don't know.
Download the Odyssey app. Listen to CMF. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Tomorrow is a football Friday.
Oh, boy.
Bills take off to Seattle. 4:30 Sunday game live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
Yeah, what did I do?
you can go to the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai.
Who they got out there?
Well, a woman who may be late because she's got to wash her panties in the river.
Okay.
She must not have been listening when we were making that joke. How much do you think the baseball went for? Are we talking a suite?
Or a ticket?
Are we talking a regular ticket for the baseball?
So Lady K?
Yep. Kimmy's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai. Delicious food, fantastic drink. Hey, Kimmy! All that and more Sunday. Go hang out with Kimmy at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai with CMF. Football Friday tomorrow. Tommy will be making his picks. Had a pretty decent week, 3-2 last week.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
On the rebound. If you are building, we should expect a 4-1, maybe even a 5-0 week. So don't screw up that bonus pick. Problem is he knows nothing about the Seahawks.
Oh, I got a buddy that's a big Seahawk fan.
I know you do. You don't talk to him about him.
No.
Name one Seahawk. Go.
Bosworth.
That has played within the last 30 years.
I quit one of them when they left the Kingdom.
That guy's so old. Kimmy doesn't even know who that is.
You know Brian Bosworth.
Yeah, but I just through like documentaries.
Only from his Dynamite movie career. Tommy tells it like it is. We'll have our good buddies, Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy?
They will be in after 9. And why what is making the Bills so dangerous to other teams may also be the most dangerous thing to themselves.
Oh, it's a knife that cuts both ways?
100% is.
Oh.
And hopefully it's fixed by Sunday. But we'll get into that and a whole bunch more here Friday. Plus,
what?
Well, it is Friday.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
That was pretty creepy this week.
You were pretty creepy this hour.
Yeah, buddy. We got a Whopper.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the creep cap, just after 7 o'clock here on CMF. We got to get out of the way. Kimmy's going to get that face again. She wasn't listening to anything we said anyway.
Okay.
Are you done? For Kimmy, you really enjoyed her experience on Spazzano and Sandy today. For Tommy Muley, who's never getting in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
Probably not.
Not with that jacket. My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.